All right, let's party. Wow. How's it going, everybody? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Happy Sunday, one and all. On the YouTube site, how you doing, Lada and 14? And on Twitch, how are you doing? I think I scrolled too much. How you doing, Horror Loving? Congratulations on your first. Oh, nice snap. How you doing, Nobody? How you doing, Fuber? How you doing, Jay? How you doing, Blanc? I'm torn because I think the new Cogforts are nice looking, but I feel like they're also going to be $1 million billion. We'll find out. We'll find out when they're actually closer to release. How you doing, Steve? How you doing, the Casual Maker? And what do you mean, sex, Sunday? How you nerds doing? How you nerds doing? I've had a fun weekend. I went out to like check out I went to check out some of the areas around the my new apartment just to see kind of like what is generally there. And I found there's a little I posted this on Twitter. Let me grab a picture of this. I had a real buck wild find in one of the stores around there. Like I've been meaning to give this show a rewatch, but like this is perfect. All right, let me resize this. Transform screen. Yeah, I found a special edition Elfen Lied Blu-ray steel cased box set just in this random used bookstore. I was like, what the fuck? Why? What? Why? Huh? Nande? What? So that was kind of bonkers. Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, it definitely would be. The thing is, like, when I look at the Cogfort, weirdly enough, I kind of want to do something Turnip 28 related with that. Like, I think that's the way my brain is going. Like, I could make one more Warhammer, and that probably wouldn't be like terrible. But for some reason, that excites like the what's it called? It excites the Turnip part of my brain a lot more. And also, yeah, these are my Putrid Blightkings. These are the newer ones, which I like. The older ones are one of my favorite kits. The newer ones are pretty legit. Also, if you see the texture, I've tried a technique that I saw where you use what's it called? You use like tissue paper and layers of glue. Because like the other ones, I was like, yeah, they can look a bit more ragged. They're definitely like they're definitely like Nurgle infested, but they're not as like hideously fucking gross as some of the other ones. Something like that. And how you doing, Moss? How you doing? Yeah, I was thinking about like just like I figure a lot of times for things like that is that I will what's it called? Oh my god, what's my like I'll get the model and then my kit bash ideas kind of like flow from that. So I'll probably figure out what to do when I actually get a hold of one of those. How you doing, Grind? How you doing? I mean, have they showed stats for it at all? Other than just like it's a big fort with gun? Because like it could be broken, but it might not be either. Also, how you doing, Nobody? Thank you. How you doing? A group of ravens attempted murder. See, that one I think for some reason I'm not a big fan of because that is like pun 101. Like anything to do with crows and murders of crows is like sort of like I found like a little gift book in like a little store and they're talking about that. It's like that one I would expect from like a novice pun master. That feels too novice for me. No, here's the thing. Hating the Raven Guard would require me to remember the Raven Guard. The Raven Guard are one of those like for a while, I think White Scars used to be in there. Also, Super Saiyan Trunks 28. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the workshop. That's a very specific miniatures game I've never heard about. I can't imagine that the 28 is what's it called? Like there's just like a convention in a lot of indie mini things of like naming your game like X28. Not X28 like the Wolverine character, like, you know, like Turnip 28 or because it's based off the Inquisitor 28 sort of thing. And did I see the list? I did not. No, indeed, I did not. I have trouble remembering my own list of bullshit. Yeah, they also. Yeah, I mean I'm a sucker for big robo legs, so that doesn't bother me. I have to imagine that the people who are still, for some reason, desperately clinging to Age of Sigmar, hoping it'll be more low tech, are just not gonna. Which, I mean, those people are mostly fed by the old world these days. So I think they're probably fine. They're probably fine. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure there are people that like the Raven Guard, and maybe there's like good books and stuff for them. I know my current plan. Maybe I'll scoot. Let me zoom out. Maybe scoot the camera a wee bit. There we go. Something like that. Hey, let's go. Hell yeah. It seemed pretty neat. You like my model? Thank you. I worked on it over the weekend. I know the actual model you're referring. I always love doing that. They're like a series of bits that I'll never stop. Whenever someone says I like your model, I will always respond the exact same way, because for me it is just infinite boomer joy in my heart. It's great. Fantastic. It's kind of weird. Even through the glove I can kind of feel the texturing through this. It took a while to like have everything like fully dry and get like a good feel for it. Also, ages ago I meant to buy a brown primer, and I eventually did, but I thought this is more of a brown. And it's not. It's this like kind of like light dirty yellow, which I really like, but I need, like, for these guys it's perfect. It's so fucking good. White poop. Listen, if it looks like this, you gotta go to the doctor. This is more like an ochre. What are you talking about? That's how do I paint rats? But yeah, these guys are going to be Nurgle, so like, you know, it does come with the territory. But yeah. But, it's tricky. The only issue about using this, though, is it makes it tricky to remember what part is metal and what part's not, which is fine. How you doing, Ars? How you doing? Also, how you doing, mid-ear? Yeah, exactly. It's fun. It's fun to make jokes for yourself. It's the best. How you doing, Maggotkin? Welcome. I was talking about the Mary series of journeys, because yeah, this weekend was like getting my first rent payment for the new place set up. I also try to snooze this ad. The ads will probably be coming, unfortunately, soon. Oh, I think I got the delayed just slightly. Also, I don't know if this is a big deal, but like whenever I talk about this to some people, they go nuts. How you doing, Minida? How you doing? I went to Costco for the first time. Like some friends I know was like, oh, you should try going to Costco. I'm like, it's too far away. But at least like where I'm at now, the Costco is like really, really there. Oh fuck. Okay, so let me write a note to change the GMT time, because it's daylight savings time is the devil. Let me set a reminder for it real quick. Go, man. I want to make sure I don't forget this. Set a reminder. Maybe tomorrow at like. Cool. I added. Oh, also there's some other things from my checklist I can check off. Hell yeah, let's go. Yeah, I mean, growing up, my family went to Sam's Club a lot, which is very similar to Costco. But like, I was like, oh, this is nice. This was neat. Oh, also, Manita, I forget, Manita, were you into Star Wars Legion? I forget. I know some people here are. I feel like you were as well. I went to the shop today to play games with my local group. Hey, there we go. So, there might be some Star Wars Legion painting again in my future, because everyone was sort of talking about, like, apparently, one of the guys I played Turnip with was a first edition player who's been itching. Another friend of mine's looking at clones, and something I thought would be kind of neat is, and apparently at Adepticon, they showed off a Mandalorian starter box. And I already have the Shadow Collective box, which has some Mandalorians in it. I was like, oh, that might be good. That might give me enough of a cohesive army. And also the fact that it's like, I'm very weird where it's like, I like things to be like my own dudes. And Star Wars is a terrible setting for that, because, you know, so much is like a lot of Star Wars is based around like very specific name characters. I was like, oh, that'd be cool. Winco, where I live, is the only subscription. But I guess there's probably a decent amount of people. It also feels like this is a joke setup or like a pun setup I'm missing. Well, no, I'm still eyeing that with suspicion. Any other little metal bits? Pretty metal light. Yeah, I got the whole set of these. Also need to here we go. It's just local grocery. Oh, get you. Oh, fuck, there's a little bit of blue tack on there. Like I literally got these guys primed last night. It was a lot of getting like actual important life shit together, and then a lot of hobbying. I've been having fun with hobbying stuff. It's been great. I'm also realizing too, I was like, you know what? It'd be kind of fun to like refresh myself on the Mandalorian stuff. So like, I was like, oh yeah, this gives me an excuse to rewatch the Clone Wars. It's been a while since I've done anything with like the Clone Wars as a thing. Entirely metal, yes it is. I'm also kind of, these guys are kind of nice so far because they're like relatively simple. So this is a very nice chill Sunday casual paint, which I am enjoying the fuck out of. But yeah, so like around June I might pick that up. Yeah. Oh, okay. That sounds pretty legit. Yeah. Oh yeah. I saw another thing that that like next week is coming out at some point. So that's cool. Gap in your armor, my guy. Little bit. Okay. Because I was also like, I've been back on my sponging bullshit, you know, as one does, and like these guys are not very far along. I've been actually using like, so I got the like you seen me do these guys again, but this is another batch from the same set. I've been using these to do the sponging stuff because it's actually kind of nice because like the bigger like these type of sponges are good for coverage and like tanks and stuff. Like, you know, I can mush that thing pretty good, but getting like in between the legs or like up inside there has been kind of hard. These have been nice. And also because they're like a bit more disposable. Like if it gets too gunked up with paint, I can kind of chuck it out, which is baller. But anyway, I was like, you know, Mandalorians with Sons of Horus colors would look pretty baller. Kind of like a teal green armor plates, and then you know, teal green armor plates, and then like a bunch of kind of like a dark bronze for a lot of bullshit. I was like, oh, it's gonna look nice. I'm still debating if I want to repaint. I probably will repaint the skin. Okay, I think I have to do the ad break time. Hold on, Twitch is dumb. I hate that it has to be so soon in the stream. This is bullshit. There we go. All right, we're back. It's a lot. I was into this. I don't know what to do for like a lot of these newer ad break things like I've been forced by Twitch to do. So I'm just like, I'll just dig in my files and just look for some horse shit. And that generally seems to work. You know, finding horse shit in the files is pretty good. See, I can understand why Borzoi would bother you. I love them though. I love me an awkward long dog. It's the best. How you doing, Big Bakaham? How you doing? How you doing? I'm working on the lad. I'm working on the lad in his many, many, many shapes, which has been pretty good. But yeah, also Creeksman on vacation. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the workshop. I'm glad you're able to get some time off. Unfortunately, this is real chaos hours, so whoops. Haha. How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? I'm currently working on some of the new Blightkings, which is going relatively pretty well. I mean, it's going pretty well as in like I should probably zoom in a bit more. There we go. Hey, how you doing? How you doing? But yeah, so yeah, I might be doing some Sons of Horus style. Oh god, Mandalorians once that starter box comes out in June, I think. Actually, so I've done burlap before, which that's an understandable thing to think. Actually, what this is it's tissue paper. This is just like straight up, like this style of tissue. Like what you do is you just kind of like mix it with some PVA glue and some water, and then sort of apply it with a brush to your model, and then just sort of continuously layer on top of that. And for a very, very, very final layer, I took a bit of the what's the fucking paint? The typhus corrosion. I took a bit of typhus corrosion and I mixed it in with some of the remaining glue water, and just kind of gave everything a nice seal coat. So it's got like a nice little bit of like extra grainy grit to it, which is nice. Which I think is going to really, 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 really show itself once I start applying like a full color to everything. Like once again, I'm having a hard time recognizing from a distance like what part is flesh and what part is metals. I think it's like roughly like that so far. I have been very much on that Vallejo metal color. This is the Vallejo metal gunmetal gray. I know that there's the newer line, which is apparently pretty good. I also use the occasional. Also, how you doing? How you doing, Pride? How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. I do use a lot of like pro-acryl metals. Like I really like this bronze, and then also, and I really like Warplock bronze as a color. So I use rough iron from Warpaint, like Warpaint's Fanatic Army Painter stuff, because I despise dropper bottles. I hate them. Also, how you doing, awesome guy? How you doing? How you doing? So yeah, I'm like much like mini games in general. I'm not really brand loyal to anyone. I just kind of use whatever I like. Really, also a lot of it is like what's at my shop. I if possible, I try to get paints directly at the shops nearby, just because like I like to be able to see the paint in stock, just so I can take a look at what I'm looking for. So congrats on the streak, hell yeah. Metal. Yes, there we go. Got some metal in there, and then also I might end up going back and touching up some of the bits once I sort of figure out what is actually flesh and what is not on this guy. That's why I'm doing the metallic first, because I was like, this will be good. I think it's just because the colors is very much like that, so I can see why you're like peanut butter. Oh shit, I should probably work on the bases a little bit too, because I know that's gonna take forever to dry, but that's fine, you know. I got all of tonight to work on these guys. If I don't get these guys done too, I legitimately might just also work on them on Tuesday just to wrap some shit up. Peanut butter, I hardly know her. There we go. Once again, those are my favorite. The venerable arrow chat. I don't know. I like a weird shaped dog, but like I like a weird shaped dog in a I don't know. Then again, I like a healthy weird shaped dog, but that's probably also still not true. It's not like those like 2 times pimpy whatever abominations, but it's probably not that much better. Have I heard that? I have not. No. My taste in music is bullshit, so like it's hard to recognize any song that's like not something stupid. This is brush. Need some minifigure. Don't that's fucked up. Don't do that. I can also tell that my brushes are begging. They're begging for a they're like, what's it called? They're begging to be like a deep cling. I do isopropyl alcohol with immediate reconditioning for all my brushes, and that seems to work. It's been a bit since I've done that. They definitely could use that bit of TLC. There's been a lot of buildup. So how you doing, Sola? How you doing? There is indeed. They have been. I like how I like technically like bling them out by giving them like shittier fabric, but it does look good. The other ones, like, I don't know. I'm so critical on the newer Blightkings because the older ones are one of my favorite. They're like probably what I would say like one of the best kits G-Dubs has ever made. You get like a million billion bits in it. No, not bigger. No, these guys are having a great time. Legitimately, everyone is in like a very jubilant pose. Like, you know, a lot of people get their shit fucked up by Nurgle, but like not everybody. There are some that like have a pretty good run of it. And these guys are in that club for sure. But yeah, their original like robes are fine, but I was like, I could maybe jazz them up. Oh, the brushes are, I would quite say begging for death. Begging for death is when you turn them into like dry brushes and like, you know, like, oh, I'm applying, I need to apply a faint layer of glue. Oh, I guess I'll use this brush now. Nice. I kind of wish I enjoyed Space Marine 2 more. Like, it's not that there's like a fundamental issue with the game. It's just that I really don't play multiplayer games. And Space Marine 2 as a single player campaign was fine. But I do feel like that's kind of like like, you know, I feel like the campaign is probably more intended as like, oh, you've done the tutorial. Now you can play the dailies and the PvEs and stuff on PvPs and whatnot. And I don't really got the time with that. Oh, okay. It was a fun time. It was a fun time. I have to imagine it's an even more fun time. Has it gone on sale at all? Game sales have been kind of weird lately, so I don't know what's ever on sale or not. Like, trying to figure out which end of this is the metal. There we go. Ah, it's on P. Oh, that's totally great then. Yeah, I paid for it on release, and that for single player, I was like, that was a bit much for me. If it's like free or super cheap like that, oh yeah, you basically get all upsides. And if you're like, oh, I actually do like this, and then you just do get like a full copy, you get all the multiplayer stuff, and you can just pretty much play that for, I imagine, basically until Space Marine 3 comes out, and that's one of those like, oh, we would like to make a Space Marine 3. It did well enough that there's going to be one, but the way the video game industry is, it's like that could be like 3 years, which is fair. Even 3 years turnaround might be generous. God, the video game industry is so fucking bananas. Like, it's like people like that. Like there's been a lot of talk about the fact that like the what's it called? It doesn't matter. That the PlayStation 5 is getting a price bump to, and like the Pro is like $1,000, and like I'm now at the point where it's like, oh yeah. Like mini painting used to be that like, oh, video games are the cheap hobby. Minis, that's if you're fucking crazy. Like, mind you, if you're going to buy like every new G-Dubs release and you try to just buy whole armies or at the same time, but as like a continual thing, I think actually it's like, or like, you know, PC gaming is not too bad either, depending on what you got for your PC. But even if you got a shit PC, you got like infinite games from all the different eras where games were good. Flush or whether it's flush or not. Yeah, it really has. Apparently though, because OpenAI is fucking up lately, apparently RAM is going down. I do think that means that like for the most part, a lot of the things that were boosted because of RAM is going to stay. So very few things in our lives tend to go down in price if they go up. Like even if it's like, oh yeah, no, it's actually cheaper to make now. It's like, no, we'll just slim the margins down a bit. So there we go. Yeah. Also, yeah, indie games like you don't like the game I've been playing the most lately off stream is Slay the Spire. And you do not need a good PC for Slay the Spire. I think. I can't imagine if you decide to pop in Slay the Spire that like you're going to need the craziest graphic cards. I mean, true. There are some people that go to like, hey, Reddit, I got really into Warhammer, and they post their closet where they basically like bought every single like vanilla Primaris Space Marine box, and then they don't really do much with them. I think, unfortunately, there is like an inherent dopamine hit of just buying a thing. I'm not immune to that. Once again, I bought an Elfen Lied Collector's Edition at my used bookstore. I do not need that. My quality of life has not significantly improved by owning Elfen Lied again. Also, yeah, that's true, the board game. Also, apparently the board game is getting an expansion based off of a mod, which I think is a really cool idea. There's like Slay Spire Downpour, Slay Spire modding is a whole world I never delved into. I know it's really cool, and there's like a lot of good mods, but I was already luckily, I think I managed to temper myself with Slay Spire 2. It's been a good game, and I've had no real issues. But like, I feel less compelled just to fucking like do like, I did do quite a few runs. I did quite a few runs during the weekend, but like, that's fine, you know. Yeah, I feel like Elfen Lied has a lot of like really cool ideas and features and stuff. I don't know how cohesive it is It's been a while since I watched it, to be fair though. The origin story of how I found about Elfen Lied is I remember ages ago, like back when Best Buy had like a full shelf anime aisle. I was like, oh, cool. I gotta see that. I gotta see that whole shelf. And I didn't know what most of those were. But like, if I just looked at it and like, you know, the cover of Elfen Lied is in that the Lilum style from the fucking OP, and it's very pretty. And I'm like, ooh. And then you look on the back and it's like cool gore, and you're like, yippee! I like cool gore. And then like 10 minutes into the first episode, the main character lady pisses herself, and you're like, I don't know how I feel about this. I don't like it. Not a big fan. Sorry, Downfall. Yeah, my bad. You know, similar names. You get the idea. You get the idea, though. Retail therapy do be real. It do be real, yeah. Were boys like for killing wolves? I know it's like one of those things that like most breeds of dog you can generally like trace back to a very specific goal that made sense at the time. I could see making a very aerodynamic dog to chase things you're hunting. That makes sense to me. I still like the idea that like I forget the idea that I think like Chihuahuas were bred more for being like alarm systems. Like right now they're like, why do these tiny little dogs yap so much? And then in the distant past it's like, oh yes, this dog yapping a lot might actually be like indication that someone's breaking into my house. And even then, arguably, a small yapping dog would alert you if somebody was breaking into your house. It might see its shadow and get scared and start yapping, and that might wake you up. So like, how useful that is probably not much these days. But in theory, the idea kind of makes sense to me. There's like I think these guys are really going to start popping too once I start getting the brown of the cloak. I might try maybe like mixing a couple of browns together. See how that works. But yeah, but the thing is, like, at the time I only had the first DVD of Elfen Lied, so I've never actually watched more than the first 4 episodes. So it's been on my list of things to do forever to actually get around to watch. And like, you know, I got this fucking collector's edition now. That's the ironic thing is I don't really see a reason. I don't see a reason to ever use those as functional Blu-rays. I basically bought Elfen Lied shaped furniture, which is very funny in its own right. I'm sure. Here's the thing, I'm okay with something earnest and dumb and weird. Maybe they were built to be. I don't know. Maybe they were built to be goofy little pets. I could. I mean, there are also dogs that are just like, yeah, we made this one like we purposely trained him wrong as a joke, but for dogs. So that would also track to me anyway. Yeah, I exactly like it's the one that, well, the thing is, like, I watched it basically in the privacy of my own home, so it wasn't like, oh god, I'm gonna get in trouble, or like, oh, this is too much. It was more just like, huh. Because like that was also arguably like my first violent anime. I don't know if it's the first one with nudity. I think it's the first one that I saw that was like full frontal, because Inuyasha had Kagome naked like a decent amount of the time, and as a teenage boy I was like, whoa. You know, just like that general series of noises. But yeah, I think Elven. No, that's not fair. That's not true. That's not true. A friend introduced me to Chobits, which is with basically the same cadence of just like, check it out, dude. She's naked in this, bro. I'm just like, oh shit, oh fuck. You can do that? You can do that in Japanimation? Indeed, you can. You can do a lot of things in Japanimation. Saying Japanimation in general is very fun. It's one of those like otakuisms that just don't really like exist anymore. Which, to be fair, it's like, out of all the things that, like, I don't super miss it being gone. It's not like it's like, oh god, things were so much better when it was Japanimation. It's more just like one of those goofy little quirks. Like, oh yeah, I remember that. That was a fun little moment in time. Oh yeah, no, this actually put it for it. Especially as a lad who came from a place that called everything Chinese cartoons. I have not been to the small town that I grew up in, but I have to imagine it's still very much like Chinese cartoons land. Are there metal plates on this guy? You don't have like a crazy amount of metal on them. That's not too bad. Too bad. But yeah, I need to sit down and give it a watch again. A bunch of other shit. The Sturgeon. Oh yeah, I mean it's like, I think a lot of places really have. Yeah. Apparently, yeah. I know China's been doing a lot of anime stuff too recently. How you doing, Lunar? How you doing? I don't think I've seen any that like I've directly been interested in, because I feel like whenever someone's like, yo, check out what China's doing for anime, it's just kind of like over the top battle shonen. It's animated really pretty, but like I am not the target audience for over the top battle shonen. Hero X. I'm also willing to believe that I just missed a lot of stuff, or like I only just see what people show. Oh, that just looks kind of cool. Okay, I'll have to pull up. I haven't been like a seasonal anime watcher for a while, so that might be fun if it's being like released this season. I used to be a seasonal anime watcher, and then I stopped. I can't even do that thing where it's like, and then I became a VTuber and I stopped. I actually stopped watching anime seasonally. I think some of that too is that there was like a communal aspect to watching anime seasonally. Like, just like the circles I was in at the time, it was fun to talk about the newest stuff and be like, effectively, seasonal anime was kind of like the holdouts, we don't, like, water cooler culture is kind of a weird spot in the US, you know, right? Where it's like, because a lot of things on streams are just released in one chunk, and then like the way that like media is kind of consumed and also whatnot. The idea of just like being excited for a new thing to come out the next week, and also like keeping up with a bunch of people about stuff like that. Anime kind of was doing that for me for a bit, which was kind of neat. Yeah, I'm not a big battle. That's why I never really got into like Jujutsu Kaisen and whatnot. I was enjoying Chainsaw Man, but for me it wasn't ever the battles. It was just like, I thought the demons were really concepts were really cool, and I kind of liked the sort of intrigue of the setting that it was built up. I do know that now that Chainsaw Man's over, I have a bit more incentive to go back and actually, I definitely need to like do stuff for the skin later. I do feel a bit more. So you doing on about it? How you doing? Making strange bird noise. How you doing though? How you doing? I'm working on my Blightkings, and we're talking about Chinese anime. I know one thing that I haven't like got to actually watch in a while. I haven't watched like a real like fluffy sweet romance. I like. Oh yeah, shit! Is it summer where the like the smoking with you behind the gas station comes out, or convenience store, not gas station? Listen, those are way more what they're called in the U.S. That was one that I was looking forward to, you know. Yeah, exactly. It's like it was very cool. Oh hell yeah, let's go. My 3D printer's been also pretty active lately. I'm for some reason the 3D print I've been having some bad prints, but I think it's because we've been having some sudden cold spikes. But otherwise, I believe most of my bullshit. I'm getting enough out of my prints that even if I have to go back and like scrape some of the bullshit off the FAP, it's not the biggest deal. Okay, I mean, technically, if you want something similar, Danchikoku Kensei no Nichijo isn't quite smoking. But if you want boys being stupid, that is the primo show for lads getting up to dumb lad bullshit. Danchikoku Kensei no Nichijo is a treat, and everybody should watch it. Everybody should watch Danchikoku Kensei for sure. I I have actually missed the entirety of Digital Circus. I have the very first episode bookmarked, and I just never got around to it. Like I talk about that shit, but also it's like I missed out on that and Smiling Friends that I just did not watch. Smiling Friends, I think, is just because like getting a hold of it was just kind of too annoying, even though it's not like the hardest thing ever to get a hold of. But yeah, Digital Circus, I could have just really watched it anytime, and I just didn't for reasons. I do want to though. I do think it'd be neat. Okay, look at the lads. They're looking good. How you doing, Matthew? How you doing? Making a Motley Crue. Listen, I don't know much about Motley Crue. I don't. Sorry. Motley Crue is a cultural weak point of mine, but also just like I've never really listened to that kind of music anyway. No, I guess that's true. I guess I listen to AC/DC. What you got printed, yo? Sip this one. 9 degrees. Hold on. One. Yeah, hold on. There we go. That's good enough. Supremely nice. Okay, if it's like... Also, too, I think I just realized that I need to... This is going to sound really dumb. I think I just need to find more stuff that I can watch while I'm painting. Because, like, not like super intense painting, but stuff like this, where it's like, oh yeah, it's like this is not like a great paint job. This is sponging to build up layers, and he's not done yet. But like, it's kind of like watch a thing, gotta do some idle sponging, you know, because otherwise I do realize that a lot of times I do default to like couple of videos. Oh, this guy, the HRUD. It's like a 40K fucked up time I believe they manipulate time. I think so. I think the HRUD have like a time manipulation thing. So hey, let's go. Get do real big robot hours. I see. Hell yeah. I've not worked on any big robots in a while. Get some. Says this like stone gray on. I think I just need to do a lighter gray on these actual. I 3D printed some rocks too, which you're like, how? Why don't you just get some rocks? But like, I needed big rocks that I could break if I needed to fit in some spaces. So like, that's what I did for these. I'll do like a darker color for that. Hopefully the next print turns out pretty well though. That shouldn't be too bad. I got the perfect rocks. I mean, I also already have the STLs from him from a big Zabavka, whatever that guy. The guy that I reference a lot and I never remember how to pronounce his name. I got them in like one of his sets. I'm like, oh, this is just really generally handy though. Yeah, Blender. Yeah, if you know how to use Blender, it's really good for shit like that for sure. Also, just making custom bits and stuff. Oh, one of these days. One of these days. Well, like the thing that I would love to do. I don't know. In the corners of my brain where I'm like, oh, a blender. Oh shit. Yeah, that makes sense. I had actually been thinking about getting like a little like a shitty blender for that as well. Cause like what's a good example? I do a lot of cork basing, and like I end up with like a lot of chunks like this. But like I can continue to rip stuff off if it works, but like I feel like if I could take this and like blend it into like cork dust, kind of like itty bitty little cork chunks, I think those would actually be supremely handy for that kind of deal. It's like oh that would be nice. I think that'd be really, really neat. Yeah, I did. I think I downloaded Nomad Sculpt, or it's definitely on. I know that like I know Trent Miscast was using Mini Sculpt, Nomad Sculpt, because like it's pretty nice if like you don't need like a really like for like minis and stuff like that. It's like you can kind of just go in there and do some tweaking and be out. It could totally work for walls. I generally still manage to kind of rip those little chunks up into usable bits. But yeah, I agree if I could just take those and maybe some dirt and some other stuff and just kind of like blend a terrain mix. It needed to be something that like, I do not give a shit about the safety of this blender. Like as long as the blender doesn't like explode and cover me with shards, I just need a blender that I can just like grind bullshit in. I need a bullshit grinder. And then that ways I can just kind of use it for painting and stuff. Gray's looking pretty good. I think I'm gonna go back for the so this is slate. This is cork. I did everything with like spackle and other materials to kind of mix it in. Try to also like I guess I could add some variety. Something that like I probably need to do a bit more is to like, especially if I'm going to be doing some dry brushing with just a little bit of color unification, is just kind of go in and maybe add some like little like green splotches and whatever, just like some like color variation splotches. That probably wouldn't be a terrible idea to do, actually. Let's see. We'll see how that goes. We'll see how that goes. Let's go back to where's I need like my black gray. There we go. See, I think the black gray is going to be darker than this rock, so I think this would be like a good halfway point. It's certainly a different color. I don't know if this is the exact color I want. We'll find out. What you just a little rabbit dude for though? I'm curious now that you mentioned that. Okay, it's not that much. Okay, I think I'll just need to actually mix some black into this to kind of make a more like slate look. Can also do a little bit more color mixing for my bases. I think the bases are both like something I'm really excited for and also an afterthought. Like I put a decent amount of work into my bases, but then sometimes the actual painting of them is like, you know, just do some color stuff. How you doing, big gun? How you doing? How you doing? I am working on my Blightkings. So right now I'm just getting their bases. Yeah, I could still probably darken that a little. One more drop of black in there. Oh yeah. I think he posted that. Okay, I'm remembering now. I know it seems like the Discord always moves at very variable lengths. So sometimes it'll be like, oh yeah, I got some time to check on the Discord. It's like, oh, it's pretty, you know, it's pretty quiet today, whatever. And then I'll come back after like, oh yeah, I went out to the LGS to play some games and like a million updates happen. I'm like, oh god, I'm super behind. I did remember seeing that. I do also kind of want to put some like vegetation on this because I do kind of like the idea that Age of Sigmar pushes of like Nurgle being and like 40k does this a little bit too with some, especially for like Rodicus, but like Nurgle as sort of like a corrupted version of nature, like still kind of incorporate a lot of the symbology of nature and stuff, but just kind of really, you know, really fuck it up. Hell yeah. Yeah, put those power swords in there. I know the thing I'm printing right now is like, so I got this boy kicking around. And I was like, oh, you know what'd be kind of fun actually? If like this is just thinking about the infinite, like I just call it my brain the Torment Nexus, which is already a very specific thing that's in use, and I know that's where I got the name from, but I just like to call my need to interlink all of my minis together. And I was like, well, my Sons of Horus that I'm doing for Horus Heresy that also kind of link up to my word bearers. They're like mostly vanilla Marines. And like I do play 3rd edition. And I don't like, and like I'm doing Space Wolves. Sure, eventually at some point, maybe making like 1 billion years from now when I get that project off the ground. I'm like, oh, okay. But what if I just use my Sons of Horus as like vanilla Marines? Like, because like not that like the vanilla Marines in that game are super exciting, but it's more like, I don't know. It's been very interesting comparing the vanilla Space Marine Codex from like 1999 to the Chaos Space Marine one that I believe came out in like 2003, maybe? I forgot exactly when that came out. But it's just kind of crazy seeing like not even just like the amount of customization options. Like and like maybe overall, if I was to count everything out, maybe Space Marines would have like cheaper squads. But like I remember comparing the price of like an aspiring champion. How you doing, Veg? How you doing? Which is like with a veteran Marine. They're functionally identical. They're Marines that gets like slightly better stats. And can use special armor, like arms and armory from the appropriate armories for each one. But for Space Marines, a veteran Marine is like 30. Like 30, 40 points. They do get like an extra attack though, which is kind of baller. But then like an aspiring champion in the Chaos Codex is like 17 points. And it's like, oh god. It doesn't really get like an extra attack, but it gets all the cool gear that really matters. The flesh caverns. I mean, I thought most people kind of want to enter the flesh caverns at some point. There was actually that flesh pit, the mystery flesh pit TRPG that I remember. A friend of mine was like, "Hey, Hal, you like weird RPGs, right?" And you're like, "Don't you know it?" And I got some of the material from that, which maybe sometime. I know I've been in a very big very big like Dark Heresy kind of kick, but also there's that like Imperium Maledictum or whatever. That's kind of like the newer Dark Heresy. I've kind of heard that generally, from what I understand, that oh yeah, it was kickstarted a while ago. I don't remember exactly when that Kickstarter happened, but yeah, no, there's a like. I'm also, to be fair, I'm also kind of confused what you do in it, because I was always under the impression the idea is that like it was just a place you just sort of tour in. Let me get this last little bit of like, what's it called? Get this last bit of stone painted, and then I'll pull up the cover for that. To be fair, I haven't looked into it super hard though. But yeah, I've been feeling that. I also kind of really like the idea that like I don't know if that book has something like this or not, but like I kind of like want to do that thing where like I just make my own sector. I just make my own 40k sector and just put a bunch of stuff in that, like put some of like because like I think some of my local, like my usual Pathfinder group people are potentially would be interested in doing some like Dark Heresy-esque one-shots. And like if I mix that and like pull in my army lore, and maybe if I ever ran some like tabletop 40k stuff. I know at one point someone was like, "Yo, I'd like to play in a TRPG," and I reached out to them, or I mentioned it in a Twitter thing, and I don't think I've actually reached out to them. I need to do that. I mean that sounds fine. So I mean that sounds pretty legit. I mean, it's one of those things is like I can't imagine a weapon combo that would look bad on an armature. So like, yeah, I don't see why not. I don't see why a power sword and a Gatling gun wouldn't be bad. I think it's like, yeah, mystery, flesh, Pit National Park, RPG. Fuck. It's on Drive-Thru RPG. At least the hey, there we go. Is a platinum bestseller. That's true. It's hard to honestly make an RPG that's not how you doing, Ribo Dave? How you doing? I'm showing off that there is a Mystery Flesh Pit National Park TRPG. Pull that fucker up. But yeah, it's real. It's a real game. Let me remove some of the bullshit off to the side. We don't need all these. Keep the bullshit. The only things I need to keep Marie Kondo. I need to keep the coelacanth, and I need to keep some of my minis. Everything else is free real estate. Oh yeah, no problem. This is why I like knowing about a bunch of TRPG bullshit, because I like being a knower. I like to know things. Camera's still good? Yeah. So I need to figure out what colors I want to use for the brown for that. Let's try bootstrap brown first. I might mix in some darker browns. You get that good shake going on. Yeah. I mean, all that sounds good. I think it's mostly just go and go for it. And that's because like I'm very much of the opinion that it's like, hey, I think this would be a cool mini. How should I do it? And like, I don't think my answer is never going to be yes. Like for at least like it would have to be something really weird. I'm like, hey, I'm building this armiger. What if I gave it like an 8-inch robo dick? Then I'd be like, I'm not McLovin' that. No. Maybe try something else there. But otherwise, you're like, hey, I have this robot with a really cool gun. Could I give it a really cool gun and a really cool sword? Like, my answer is always going to be yeah. I cannot imagine myself saying no to that, you know? Oh yeah, you should. Oh yeah, Dark Waters. I know what you meant. Yeah, it's that box came out in a very unfortunate time. Otherwise, I too would have loved that box. This is like on the lighter side, but also I know that this is kind of inherently darken once the washes are put in. I might also just try to like mix in some other colors as well. I think right now I just need to kind of like really kind of put like pop out. How you doing, Robert? How you doing? I do be drinking. I do be drinking, as one does. Go through so much water when I'm on stream. It's kind of crazy. Got my water and got my soaps. Yeah, there we go. Now you can really see the various tissue texture. It looks really. I want to try this on some other stuff in a while. Like I feel like there's another model or two I want to give this a go on, but like oh yeah, my Chaos Sorcerer Lord. I almost kind of want to do this on that. But like that was like almost like too wavy. So it's like I was like I could do this, but then it kind of loses a lot. So I don't know if that in particular be super worth it. How you doing, Chieftain? How you doing? How you doing? So okay, so hard plastic is generally probably like hard plastic is very easy to kit bash. It is very durable. It's very light. Resins are very tricky because like resin can mean a lot of things in different contexts. Basically, there's sort of like two big ones for wargaming stuff. There's like a Games Workshop sort of resin, like a Forge World resin sort of deal. How you doing, Chieftain? How you doing? Where the resin's goal is just to kind of have like some more detail, and sometimes usually it's more of like an older thing. Like a lot of companies aren't going new on resin unless they're doing like a really detailed model. Which in that case they do pretty well. 3D printing resin is what gets you the better quality for mini scale things. You can do FDM prints for minis, and especially as the tech has gotten better, that used to be kind of like that's a dumb thing. Never do that. You're an idiot. To like you can get depending on the nozzle in the printer, you can actually get like really solid stuff, especially if you're willing to like really take the time to get like a model that fits that and like really sand and whatnot. So a lot of people don't. So their stuff still kind of looks kind of weird with all those layer lines, but like I think like Matthew has done some pretty good FDM mini prints that like look solid. In that case, like if you are like, have you tried out ABS like resin? ABS like resin is what I use, and it's pretty durable. Like, you know, it's still resin at the end of the day, so like you can't go super crazy, but like let me grab an example of that once I get the robe on this guy real quick. Also, resin is also like basically poison until it cures fully, and then also like ideally if you're doing any like sanding or whatever with resin, even with plastics you should be wearing a mask. It's one of those things that's like it's really easy just to be like, I don't need that. I'm not gonna act like I'm perfect in that regard. But yeah, no, in general you should probably wear a mask when you do any sort of sanding or filing, but resin especially. Probably go back into here and like get some of the other little detail bits. Also, like I said, I'm kind of mixing some other shades as well. There we go. Like a good example. Like I got some 3D. Oh, there we go. This guy's probably fun. Yeah, I printed this guy. And this is one of those models where it's like, I don't have a set purpose for him. I just had some extra leftovers. So this is from the, like, you can also see the support system on here from like the Church of Akarit or whatever. Well, like, yeah, it's like the, like you can see him being kind of rough. I like, you know, still a degree, like, I don't want to go like, it will snap eventually. It is a material, like a thin material on a leg. Like, see how much, like, movement I got? Also, I can just go, like... Totally fine? Still totally fine? Okay. Now, that snapped off the leg, but that's because I purposely threw it on the leg. It's not invincible. It's not invincible, but it's not too bad. Is this guy actually useful? I mean, I could probably glue the leg back on. That's fine. If his entire goal was to be a demonstration test of stuff. Oh yeah, ABS plastic, that's like the really shit rubbery plastic, right? I hate that. I hate that rubbery plastic. Like the stuff that like the BattleTech mechs are made out of generally. Not a fan. I don't like that kind of stuff. It's what's put me off from like apparently the plastics have been getting better for the BattleTech minis, and I know I do once again I always have the option to 3D print and whatnot, but like I do already have a lot of the mechs. They're always kind of like that. I mean, I don't give a shit. The resin minis are that I have not painted or kit bashed or anything with are basically disposable. So I was okay sacrificing that dude's leg just to give an idea of like, oh, this is how generally durable this stuff is. I could not give a fuck, you know. Could it be waste? Yeah, but also like, you know, I could always like reuse his bits for some like, you know, some other 3D prints or like just put it on like a base, or I could just always glue the leg back on, you know. I still think some of the worst I ever did was the what's it called? Like the old Trench Crusade. Like Trench Crusade initially had a Kickstarter where the idea was less like this is going to be a war game, and we're like, oh, we made some cool models because we think models are cool. I was a part of that Kickstarter, and those were CO cast, which I think are some sort of weird resin ABS plastic hybrid, and I hate that. That stuff doesn't sand. It doesn't sand ever. It just basically becomes like it just kind of like cruds up if you tried to like file it. It's the worst. Not so good. Yeah, I mean, a lot of things that we love in society, they are just poison in various states of their life, you know. But it's not too bad. Yeah, that's just true. I could throw away the main body, keep the leg. The leg will be useful. I could always use a leg in my Grimdark war games, as one does. I will say this does look really, really good once now that I've started actually painting the browns on. I definitely need to go back and also kind of like retouch up some of the other areas. Yeah, look at him. Look at him, the Blight King in his rags. I think because also this one in particular is really funny because you can see the kind of like the grain of the tissue paper. The other ones, I guess because I did it diagonally and stacked it, this one you can obviously see that like, oh yeah, this one goes up and down. And I'm actually like okay with that. I don't think it looks bad. It's just one of those things I definitely notice. I honestly bet a lot of people are not gonna fucking notice with these guys. I do though. I'll notice forever. I'll notice forever. But yeah, it's I do like this technique. I'll need to find another mini to do it again on. The tricky thing is like basically because tissue paper is inherently like even when you glue it on, you do need to pretty much have a material to do it with. Like these guys are basically covered in like very kind of like flowy robes anyway. So actually putting that the material on it was actually not too bad. Like it was a pretty easy fit. Otherwise, though, you could do stuff like use like masking tape to build up a cloak and then put the tissue paper on top of the masking tape. That's an idea that I have thought about but haven't tried yet. I think that this is not like new ground. This is like, oh yeah, I watched a Grimdark Compendium tutorial and I was like, oh shit, I could do that. I do also want to try. I have previously used like burlap for my word bearers, and it looks pretty good. But then like they said on one of their videos, like, oh yeah. What's actually a really cool material to use for that kind of stuff is sailcloth, which is, what's it called? Sailcloth is apparently a type of cloth that's specifically used for like model boats, which is like one of those hobbies that like I kind of forget exists. Like you know, a lot of the mini stuff I do is very deep into nerd weeds, but I feel like there's like a certain type of nerd for stuff like that, which, you know, There's never going to be like a hype cycle for model boats in the same way that like a Warhammer thing will do, and for that they will always be way more hardcore of a hobby. But yeah, they have sailcloth meant for model boats, and that stuff apparently you can do what I've been doing with my burlap for like drenching it in glue and putting it on the model and use it to build like cloaks and rags. That stuff apparently is really, really, really good. That stuff is apparently really, really good for the, like, it functions like the burlap I've used before, but, what's it called? functions like it, but it has like less of like the texture. The texture's a lot more smooth. Like you can use that more for regular clothes. You're not wrong. I only would have found out about it because of them. But luckily, it's actually easy to find. Like I was like, oh man, is this gonna be like really expensive? No, you can just get like a bunch of sailcloth on Amazon for like 15 bucks. I have not pulled the trigger and ordered any yet, but like that's a thing you can do. So it's not too bad. I was like, oh, okay, that's pretty reasonable, all things considered. Oh god, yeah, I washed the plastic. Oh god, okay. I've only used the bones stuff, which to be fair, bones is specifically like, yeah, this is rubbery and cheap. You buy these for D&D minis when you want to have like 1,000 minis for like $100. And for that, I was like, okay, but yeah, I've never played like Dreadball or whatever, like Mantic's various other games. How you doing, Buggy? How you doing? Oh yeah, same. Cheesecloth looks pretty good. I've used it for like word-bearer cloaks and stuff like that. I think I've used it for turnip stuff a little bit too. But definitely word bearers is where I use cheesecloth. I do want to try the sailcloth though. I do want to try sailcloth because like that's the nice thing about different styles of cloth is you can layer them, especially if you're going for like, yeah, my guy's like a real ragged dude. Like he's on the fringes. He is a like the technique I saw was used on Skaven really, really well. Like if I ever bought the what's it called? If I ever got the Skaven new Eshin box, and like I'm like, maybe. Yeah, that's so. I saw the from what I understand, the best place, like the like not the best place. The example I saw for that is so for some of their Sultanate minis, the Grimdark Companion people use sailcloth for like building clothes, and those actually like looked textured like clothes. I was legitimately surprised. How you doing, Troglodyte? How you doing? Yeah, I mean, you could do Cowgirl Sisters of Battle. That's doable. I mean, there's like decent amount of Western minis out there. You can make that real. Well, follow your dreams. A bit more brown in there. I mean, I will say it's one of those things. It's like it really depends. Like you're never gonna find that at like a big retail store. But I have to imagine if you have like I have like a hobby shop that's not like they sell minis, but it's more of like, oh yeah, this is for like RC cars and like model like Gunpla and other kind of stuff. I feel like you can probably find that there pretty easily. I'm not disagreeing with you otherwise though. It's like it's a material that I would have never considered it even existed until I was actively told. They're like, oh yeah, this exists by the way. I'm like, oh shit, nice. Much orange paint. I don't know. That's such a variable that could really like. Are you doing like a kill team thing? Are you doing a whole ass army? Honestly, I find that like for armies, I don't go through a lot of paint. Like I've actively started having to like double up on some of my reds because they've been running out. But yeah, for the most part, really. Like I very rarely run out of paints. Like you could probably get like a bottle or two of various oranges and probably be fine. I mean, funnily enough, that's what the Black Magic Craft dude did. He's like a contractor, or he did some sort of house-based thing. And he's like, well, I have all this like insulation foam and all these tools and whatnot. I could just use that for terrain and for minis. So yeah, honestly, having some sort of trade skill probably does give you a lot of benefit in that. Also, how you doing, Necro Player? How you doing? Oh yeah, I'm working on some Blightkings. Hell yeah. Skill, but legitimately, I will never call them unks. For me, it's always like the graybeards. I always think of like when it comes to like model trains, model boats, deep historical minis. For me, that's graybeard territory, where it's like, yeah, these are the wizened elders of our hobby, and they have secrets that like they would be willing to share with us if we traveled to their enclaves and listen at their feet for the wisdom of the ages. The gathering of the Gandalf, if every Gandalf was also in a mobility scooter. Such is the power of their craft. And diabetes. But yeah, legitimately, yeah. So I need to get into I missed a gooch on like a lot of these other ones I started up early with. is also what I'm using to like. This brush that I'm using right now is mostly meant for terrain, but I'm like, yeah, this is gonna be really good for these initial stuff. Maybe I saw that. If I remember right, that the guy who has like the documentary about his 30-year D&D campaign, like as a tabletop player, it's always kind of weird the way that's phrased because it's not really true from what I understand. A lot of it was like he's running like different people in it. And it seems more like he's had one continuous setting for 30 years, which is still impressive, but it doesn't sell as well to like kind of like, you know, news stations and whatnot. Also, everything he mentioned about magic he's one of those people that like used to be more of a thing in like the cultural sphere of like certain types of like really grog GMs. And he was definitely very, very much one of those. I was like, oh, I would genuinely hate to be in any of his games. All of them sound incredibly railroaded and very annoying. Oh yeah, a lot of the browns I have definitely have that like chocolate look to them. How you doing, Charlie? How you doing? How you doing? The gathering of the chocolates. Oh god, just the fucking ICP makeup, but also a full-on conductor's hat is just giving me pure joy. So you doing, Black Rose? How you doing? See, I mean, there's like even one of my browns, I can't remember which, actively smells like chocolate. Like it has like a little bit of like a chocolate kind of like lingering scent. And even like sometimes I do feel the call of the void where I'm like, chocolate. No, not chocolate. Paint. It's very dangerous. Charlie, you've given me a very cursed Google search that I need to try. I need to look at a thing real quick. Thomas the Tank Engine Juggalo. Unfortunately, there's a lot of AI bullshit. Yeah, there's less than you would hope for. God, there's so much fucking AI bullshit. Oh, this is cool though. Hold on. So, the closest thing to a Juggalo Thomas the Tank Engine is from like an Onion style Facebook thing. So it's I kind of felt like there would be more. I kind of felt like there would be more, to be fair. It's like there's a result. I found this, but I find it lacking. How you doing, Sam? We're talking about Thomas the Tank Engine and Juggalo makeup. You know, that thing we all talk about. That very common thing that happens in all of our lives, and we all talk about it. There's my German black brown that I want to add a little bit to all those. I add just like a little bit of different. Oh god, of course it is. Whatever. I got my metal toothpick that I can just jam it in. There we go. All right. It's nice. Oh, 100%. Yeah. It was supposed to be from like it looks like the little bit I looked into it was like a kind of like the Onion, but for like a very small town. For the new Adepticon models, as far as like the G-dubs things, the Cogforts fuck. I fucking love the Cogforts. I actually could just like take that and then just kind of wet blend this in a little bit. Because like I want a little bit of color variety, and I don't have like a huge plan for like how to achieve that, other than maybe just taking a couple different colors of brown and just kind of smushing them in. But also, I think right now, based on the way my local groups have been talking, I think the thing I'm the most interested in is the are the Mandalorians, for the Mandalorian starter box for Star Wars Legion. That looks kind of legit. I'm reasonably excited about that because my group has been talking about maybe getting into Legion just a tiny bit. A little bit on there. I guess I don't really need to like smoosh it out. I just need to get some on there. So like a little bit on the bottom. 12, which I forgot to do on there. What? It's fine. New 11th edition. I did, and like, it's a Games Workshop trailer out of 10. Like, the thing about like all the 40K stuff from Adepticon very much felt like, yeah, like you know, this is the routine. There's a new edition. They say some really cool things about the edition. Like, oh, it's going to be, we're doing a cool thing. We're bringing a cool thing back, and I'm like, okay. And then like maybe that'll be good, maybe that'll be bad. I mostly play older editions anyway, so that doesn't really excite me. Also true that they did the thing where it was like, okay, here's a new edition. Here's an intercessor and here's a orc boy. Great, love it. Opening commissions. No. Like, the thing is, I have an infinite backlog of my own minis to paint. And I'm already very flighty when it comes to finishing my own shit. And like, you know, I'll take minis and I'll like work on them for like months. I'll take a couple that just knock them out real quick. I don't think commissions just fit right with the way I do my brain. That's how you doing, Velkun. I will say the intercessors look like, you know, how you would want like a model like that to look. I don't have any issues with them. Like, I think everything was like a solid C, where it's like, yeah, that's exactly what I expected, and everything looked fine. Like, none of it was like, this is fucking stupid, why are you doing this? But also nothing just like really blew my dick off. Do I think these should have, probably, I don't know. It's like, the older kit was like I said, one of my favorite kits. These are fine. These look cool. And like a lot, I think now that unfortunately what happened is I think the current Blightkings, they said you can use the older ones. But what I'm thinking, how you doing, Clone Squad? How you doing? But like what I've been thinking, that's probably going to be sort of a thing, is like, yeah, my dick remains unblown. Tragic. Anyway, let me put a snooze on that. Like, the intercessors look nice. I'm whatever on them. I think if you want to run the old ones as Blightkings, they can be fine. But also the rot swords, I think, you know, I think the rot swords on 32mm bases. I still don't think they would be too bad. I think you could probably do that as well. So I'm taking a little bit as like this dark yellow, kind of like staining it a little bit. I just kind of want to like layer a bunch of different colors and just see how that kind of turns out. Because I think the big thing with this is that like the final wash will really unify these. No, I'm fully aware. I don't think there's ever been a time that I've regretted anything I've ever said on stream directly. Mind you, it also helps I'm not like dropping slurs or anything, so that's cool. I don't have to do that thing where it's like, I'm very sorry for saying a slur that I know is bad, and like I've said it before, but I'll apologize anyway, because now that I'm not just like some rando playing stuff on Twitch, I got an audience. I have to actually, like, you know, realize that there's consequences to saying certain words. I don't know, honestly, I don't even have like I don't have dwarf hate in my heart. I'm sorry. I have no negative feelings about dwarves. I feel all right about dwarves. I feel I'm neutral about dwarves, kind of thing. Oh god, the French, what the fuck? How dare you? But oh god, this is drip. Oh yeah, I guess I kind of wetted this on my hand a little bit. Let's go back and fix that. Yeah, I might also find out that what I'm doing right now is gonna look like shit, but you know. Experimentation, yippee. Get a little bit more and more of this. Also, I will need to go back and like some of those bits. Doesn't seem like that little bit has been doing pretty good. It definitely makes this look all kind of gross. I might also maybe mix in a little bit of a red. I don't know. I kind of want to keep this to kind of like a greens and browns sort of tone, but like maybe a little bit of a red would be kind of like a ooh, maybe. I do get that plum color. Actually, plum might not be too. And just kind of swoosh around a lot of colors, and then eventually the wash will unify everything. I mean, I've always been pretty neutral. Tell my wife I said hello. That's me. How you doing? Humans are better. How you doing? How you doing? No, it's, you know, I've never spoke like that. But like every now and then you'll see like a streamer just blow up, and there'll be usually someone who's doing like, you know, someone who mostly plays like flavor of the month games aimed at like 13-year-olds. And they fuck, I forgot to do his club. I'll have to do that in a sec. And eventually that kind of person, now that they're famous or whatever, will still like they'll just drop some slurs, not thinking about it too hard, but like, oh yeah, no. Now the eyes are on them, they're like, oh shit, I'm in trouble now. Oh fuck. Have I done? I've not played any of the Crusader mode for 40k. I only play 3rd edition. Right now we've only been doing one shots there. How long is that name? Oh god, very long. Like, let me. I can paste the entire name on that. Let me see. Oh, you know, okay. I'll get you the full name of that artist. Once the break comes, because I think it's coming very, very soon. Let me try a little bit of this, like, yeah, try a little bit of plum on there as well. See, if anything, I lean into the elf stuff. Once again, the proud owner of knifeear.com, which I'm kind of legitimately surprised that wasn't taken. I've actually think I've owned that for as long as I've been a VTuber. I think I've owned knifeear.com as long as I've been a VTuber. And it just redirects directly to my stream. because I have that kind of power. Oh, actually, that looked kind of nice. Oh yeah, no, that's unfortunate. You know, I've gone 6 years not saying anything real. Like, I'll say some bullshit, but I don't think I'll say I've not said anything especially heinous. I think. Yeah, it just links here. It's actually very trivial to buy a URL and just set it to redirect somewhere. Now, getting that, I don't have it like secured with like HTTPS stuff, and that requires a little bit more effort that I've just not gone through with the final bit. Okay, let's take a little. Get a little pickup on that. I don't know how to feel about this. Definitely okay. I think it looks like it definitely adds to like this sustained look. Also, how you doing, Gideon? How you doing? Also, ad breaks, unfortunately. So BRB. Wow. I think so. Anyway, I think that's activating, and wow, there we go. Yippee. Yeah, I did give up hotmilfs.gov or whatever. Oh yeah, so this is the name of the Vocaloid producer that was on screen earlier. There we go. That's their full name. All right, we back. Yippee! Let's go. Nice. There we go. Yeah, how you doing, Yuitel? Yeah, ads are dumb. You know, usually the usual bit. Oh yeah, the fried chicken one's really good. I think that's probably still my favorite out of all their stuff. I do like the one where it's like there's like a bear, there's like a bear anime lady who's like stuck in a wall, and she's just getting like really angry. I don't know much about like the way localizing Japanese accents is just sort of its own like mystery thing, but she's kind of like what's it called? She's kind of voiced, like her English translations are very like aggressively like Irish or Scottish. I don't know. Like it was a very interesting choice. Which is just like I've never seen Japanese localized like that before. I don't even think it's like a wrong choice or anything. It's just like, oh shit. Because like that was always the thing growing up where it's like, is the Osakan accent Southern or Brooklyn? Brooklyn, Southern I think eventually won, but I miss forget about it era Osaka. That was very near and dear to my heart. Very progressive. I mean, if you don't want to be stuck in a wall, I think anger makes sense. I think that's an appropriate. I think that's an appropriate thing. Does anyone kit bash here? No, never. I've never kit bashed in my entire life. I'm just doing a bit. I fucking love kit bashing. It's so fun. Oh yeah, actually, I can show you guys once I get. Let me get a little bit these like little plum splatters on here. I typically always do my guys in like purple cloth anyway, so I actually think hitting this up with like a really light mix has actually been kind of good for that. Kit bash without a James Workshop license? But yeah, check out. Okay, where did it? No, I was working on this model earlier. Where did he go? Fuck. Oh, here we go. Doomer. Oh yeah, I've heard Doomer with Teto, and she's like a little bouncy thing. It's like da 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 da. Oh, the fucking like, hey Normie. Hey, I can't sing. Don't worry about it. This guy. So my thought was like, I wanted to do some like Mark II armor with a shield, and I was like, okay, I could do veteran breachers, but it's like I want a shield with armor. So, behold. And I was like, so I mixed some parts from the Path of the Beast from Bestiarum. I'm gonna do a set of 5 as a Praetorian command squad with tainted weapons for Horus Heresy, because I think that'd be neat. I do really like this. I love this style of helmet. I was gonna do different helmets from the same set, but I was like, no, I like this one. I like the round boy helmet. So that's a kit bash I'm doing. I have so many. I don't know if I know marbles. Marbles is one I don't know. It's all good. Humans are better. Big if true. But yeah, have yourself a good night. Take it easy, yo. Oh, hell yeah. I don't see a lot of Tyranid kit bashes, so that's pretty legit. Hell yeah. Put up to look at later. I don't think I've seen this one yet. Hell yeah. You know it's a good sign when you look at a Vocaloid song and you see like warning, mental health. I'm like, oh cool, sick. I'm a nice man with happy feelings all of the time, but I do like me some real I do like me some real sad songs. Especially the song Sad Songs by AJJ. AJJ has a really good song that's just called Sad Songs about like wanting to sing about like stuff that means a lot to you. And your like producer, like your agent or whatever, been like, hey, no one gives a shit. You're bumming everyone out. Sing some songs about romance or whatever because people like those and they'll pay you money and you won't starve. I like AJJ a lot. I like AJJ. Oh yeah, these guys are from the Age of Sigmar Nurgle line, the Blightkings. They'd be nice. These weird ass chips chili. Oh, that sounds pretty legit though. I could see that being. There's been a lot of like mixing in like chili into sweet things. So like I could see that being really good. I could see that being very legit. Very good. So these guys are good for now. Let me Behold the lad. All right, let's get their bases done too. I mean, I like Warhammer and I also like romance stuff. I like me a real lovey-dovey romance. That shit activates my neurons real good. Yeah, the from the reveal, honestly, a lot of the Age of Sigmar reveals were pretty good. I like the Ashen. The Ashen update fucks. The Ashen update really fucks. That was cool. Cogforts are legit. Other in there. Some other miscellaneous models. I'm like, these are fun. Those are the ones that are like special interest to me. So those are the ones I was super interested in. Yeah, I'm guessing Yark for romance. Jesus. How you doing, Night King? Ruku, how you doing? Yeah, the Cogfort's legit. I probably want to get a Cogfort, maybe. Is there a rock in there? Is that just like a weird little lump? I'll paint it like it's a weird little lump bit. We'll go from there. I do think the Cogfort's pretty legit. I would like to get one, assuming it's not like, I don't know. If it's like $200, I might be like, I probably don't need it. It's like one of those things that like I could see a use for it, but I don't like need it. I would like one though. I didn't. Yes, it is. I think I think like what's it called? Lore Master has been accidentally been trained to call it Cockfort now. Cockfortnite. We're gonna take over Tomato Town, the Cockfort. I do want to turnipify it. I do really want to turnipify it though. So I might eventually just say fuck it and just go for it. We'll see when it releases. That's sort of the big thing right now, is that like there's a couple, like in June, I do want to try to get a hold of those Mandalorians, because that seems like a thing that my group is going to be doing. And a lot of my mini things are just sort of based on what like my group is doing. Not because, you know, we're like, it's I love painting minis and I love all the minis I paint, but I do like having the minis I paint be used in the game. So like the Mandos being a thing, it makes me more likely to want to paint anything for Star Wars Legion, just because I was like, oh yeah, this would be cool. This would be neat. Oh yeah, yeah. I do like how they're like, this fort's pretty banging. We should open that up to every faction. So yeah, like having like a corn one would be pretty legit. I'm very curious to see what people are going to do with those. I think there's a lot of things. I kind of want to build more off of, so like Turnip had this idea called Swill, which I mentioned from time to time. And Swill had like a lot of like corrugated metal roofs and like chipped red paint. Yeah, with the Cogfort, yeah. I think that look might look pretty baller on the fort. I would definitely need to go in and like remove a lot of the kind of Sigmar iconography. I don't think that's going to be too bad though. I think a lot of it's just going to be filing and then using some like, what's it called? Like sprue goo or whatever to kind of just like well it. Bases are turned out pretty legit. Oh, so like a really immediate, easy get just to go into this guy's gooch and just kind of hit that up a bit. Getting that gooch. But yeah, Cockfort's pretty legit. Honestly, I would kind of like, I'll say, how you doing, Yori? How you doing? Nice. I think having like a dedicated, I actually don't know if there's dedicated 40k romance books. There's like crime horror and like a bunch of other stuff. Like, there's like straight up fucking 40k children's books. Like they're like, I don't think a Warhammer romance line would do too bad. I think there's romantic situations you could put characters in from that universe. I would like to subscribe to their web zone. If they ever did that. But yeah, how you doing? I am currently painting up a bunch of my Nurgle lads because I probably will honestly probably use these guys more for OPR regiments, because every time I've run OPR regiments, I've had at least one unit of Blightkings. I was like, oh, this would be pretty good. Like, I mean, I already have 1 million Blightkings, but like, I'm gonna be honest, these guys were like $16 at my shop's used bin, so I was like, oh fuck. Yeah, they had like the thing is like once again, I have that brain that I like a lot of games that I like having my OC do not steal. I really like having my OC do not steals in my war games. And otherwise in Star Wars it's really hard to do that. But it's like what's it called? But there's like they showed off in the Adepticon reveals that straight up that they have like a build your own kit. I'm like, ooh, that's cool. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That kit looks really fucking nice. Fan story. I have not really read any fan stories, to be fair. So that is an area that I have very little knowledge. Get a little bit on the. Let me get his. Like a really clean kind of wrap on there, which is kind of weird. I think honestly, I think the best vector for those kind of stories though are mortals. Like I mean, I know a lot of people really want to do romance stories about Marines and custodians and whatnot. I don't know. Like I think there could be like a sweet romance story set in like a hive city. That would be nice. Cause like, you know, there's been like romance stories set in like Kowloon Wall City, and every 40k hive is basically that with some, you know, with some extra sci-fi sadness. And I know for a fact that there are romance stories set in the walled city. So I was like, yeah, you could do that in 40k. I think that could be neat. Yeah, that kit looks like it has a lot of flexible options. I also like it because, like, depending on the size and the fact that it's like, yeah, it's based on the idea that you can stick whatever helmet you want on there, which is like, oh, cool. That means if I want to 3D print my own helmet, which I probably won't. I think there's a lot of things I could get away with, like, doing whatever. But I do think having, like, you know, in the same way that Space Marine design is stored in the power pack and the shoulder pads, and that, like, sometimes the helmets, I do think that, like, the Mandalorian design is stored in the helmet. Like, if I remove that, you don't really get a lot. I mean, even the Night Lords trilogy has, like, a pretty solid romance element to it. It's not, like, crazy. It's not, like, the main focus, but it's definitely there in those 3 books. And that's about, like, a romance that's happening on what is effectively a Space Marine slave ship. So it's like, you can do quite a lot. Garfield the sex advocate. One of these days, I think it'd be fun to do at least one model that way. It's also just kind of weird that, like, I still find it funny that, like, for some reason, out of all of the main colors, so when I'm talking about, so, you know, like, a lot of choices have been, like, backwards explained, but, like, back in the day, like, it's kind of weird that there wasn't, like, an orange Space Marine chapter out of the sort of the original main ones. The fact that there isn't, like, a just orange one, but there's, like, so many red, I just find that really funny. And I understand their logic for doing that to a certain degree. So it's like, okay, we want to make the Vampire Space Marine chapter. What color do you make them? Red, blood. Cool. All right, we want to make a Space Marine chapter based on Khorne, the god of blood. What color should we make them? Red, blood. Cool. Okay. Oh, let's make a faction of, like, basically sort of like the evil devil worshippers. We want them to sort of evoke every concept of evil devils and stuff like that. Red, word bearers. Red, dark red, evil red. And it's like, okay, so that's how you end up with 3 chapters that are just variations on red. But then you also got weird shit. It's like, ah, yes, Thousand Suns in the past. What color were they? Red. God damn it. That one wasn't even a forced error. Nobody required them to make the old Thousand Suns Legion, like pre-Fall Legion, red. They just added another red because Games Workshop can't help itself from red. I just find it funny that we don't really have, like, an orange mainline chapter. Like, yeah, there's definitely orange sub chapters and whatnot. But even then, it's usually an accent color. Like, I don't think but like they're still making red chapters. The Exorcist chapter doesn't really have a lot of color. It's just red. It's just more red. A lot of what's it called? A lot of Blood Angel successor chapters are just different shades of red, but they're still uniformly red. It's just buck wild. I think they just the problem is, and I think I know what the problem is. Painting red Space Marines is really fun. Painting red Space Marines is incredibly fun. If you've not painted a red Space Marine, do it. Do one. You don't need to build a whole army. Paint one red Space Marine as a treat, and you're gonna be like, ooh, I kind of like that. I kind of like that red. That was kind of fun, you know? Emperor in the main timeline. Oh, okay. I don't know. I'm very weird where it's like, I'm very pro fanworks in the concept of I think people should be making fanworks. A lot of them I don't really actively, like, read myself though. I've been very pro people should make fan fiction, but also I don't read fan fiction. Which is, I don't know if that's like a weird contradictory state to live in, but like, I think it's nice when people are like, this story did not satisfy my needs. I will modify it to my own. But I'm also somebody who can enjoy like vanilla Minecraft to like the end of time. So like, a lot of times I don't need modification for stuff. Salamander's successor. Oh, that makes sense. I mean, I know also Salamanders had that like, no, they were kind of orange. I forget what I forget exactly what the original Salamanders. I know it's like one of those really obnoxious striped ones that are like, why the fuck would you do that? You know? True, but there's like there's sometimes parts of my brain that like I wish that I was certain ways that I wish that my brain was wired to be more artsy in certain ways. Like I kind of wish that I enjoyed fan fiction more. Other than like, okay, I'm not gonna count like My Immortal or Garfield. For me, my enjoyment of those is not because like I liked a bit of fan work. I like something, but I wanted to see like someone else's take on it, or like it wasn't meeting my needs for like romance or whatever, so I went elsewhere. Those are because I love seeing the diseased brain create art. And the idea that like, once again, could the person who made Garfield Effect made Garfield Effect as a joke? Yeah. You could make one Garfield Mass Effect story. You could make one chapter and be like fine, mentally speaking. Like you can do that. You can ironically make one fine, and that's cool. That's whatever. You're allowed, if you're going for irony bullshit, you're allowed like a minimal reprieve. But then like once you start getting like that deep, it's like, oh yeah, no, that's just you're just built wrong. And I love when people who are built wrong make art. I love that shit forever. And the non-standard brain creating is fascinating to me personally. Thank God I know the limit now. Hey, there you go. You can apply that to your own life. It's a good barometer for you. You're welcome. Well, your weapon is solid metal. I definitely need to do some like metal variety, but I'm just trying to hit like horns and wood. What is that? Oh, he's got like a skull on him. I was like, I'm like, what the fuck is your nub, my dude? I'm like, oh, there we go. That makes sense. That tracks. But it's like, the thing is, like, I run into this a decent amount in my life. Where, like, especially, like, this has not happened a crazy amount of times, but, like, ironic VTubers have existed. And I don't even mean really necessarily, like, the burnt peanut guy. Like, could we argue he's an ironic VTuber? Probably. But, like, I think if left to his own devices, he would have just done that anyway. There have been a couple attempts of being, like, an ironic VTuber. Trying to really lean into a lot of times also too, irony poisoning does kind of is that kind of interesting sort of like, if you make fun of a thing for shits and giggles, that's fine, and there's a certain amount that you could do that where it's like, okay, this is cool. But like I've seen people that just like get like real fucking crazy about it, like, oh, this has never been irony poisoning, you're just mentally ill and like a really destructive way. Oh, that's sad, that's unfortunate. It's really true, Robert. Unironically, yeah. Like there was this janitor guy who built a like throne to God in a warehouse that he rented for like many years. Like he wrote his own sermons. I forget if he was doing things in his own language or not. Or like sometimes people like that make languages. I don't know. He definitely like. He would just go about his day. I think he was a janitor, by the way. I could maybe get his profession wrong. He would go about his day. He would, like, you know, find cool objects on the streets of, I believe, New York. Don't 100% quote me on that one. But he would find cool, like, objects on the street, and he would bring them back, and he built this gigantic throne room. Sort of like his own place of worship. And, like, that's fascinating. And, like, have people been inspired to do like religious stuff like that before? And like maybe you could argue that he's got that like same sort of mindset, but he just had like limited funds. Yeah, but it's also like something that like a lot of people like. If I couldn't do that, I could not do that. Like my brain at any point in my life could not have hit that series of just chemical impulses to create something like that. And I think for him, genuinely, it's like him and like the Henry Darger dude have done some really, really cool stuff with their crazy that I find fascinating. Yeah, I mean, yeah, true, exactly. It's also knowing that, like, to a certain degree that, like, you can reach a degree of crazy where your art becomes like a timeless thing that people will actually just treat you as an outsider artist. Like, in the grids, like, this doesn't super bother me, but it's something it's easy to think about. Like, it's the tricky thing about mini painting is it's really hard to establish your own unique identity. Cause it's also like, okay, like, people who paint like beautiful gold and demon minis, like arguably like top of the craft, amazing quality and everything. But like, because of what's just kind of the inherent nature of minis and stuff like that, like, it's hard to like establish a style that way, and it's hard for people to recognize you out of it. And it's knowing that, like, I could do as much mini stuff as I can, but like the guy who made like the cool trash throne will probably have a longer cultural impact than I ever will. And I think about stuff like that sometimes, not like a bad or negative way, just kind of like, oh shit, I guess that's how life be. So how you doing, Huggy? How you doing? Have I played Gears of War? No. I'm gonna be honest, outside of like Half-Life has been the first time in, really, as far as I can remember, where I've played a game that is like first-person shooter based, but not an immersive sim. Like, I did like Deus Ex. I've done VTM in the past. VTM's not really a first-person game, but it can be if you want it to. Not like Gears of War as a game doesn't super interest me. I'm not really its target audience, and that's fine, How you doing, Zeswell? How you doing? Yeah, I did play Dude Sex on stream for a while. I got that dragon katana is so fucking nice. Do I fucking love the dragon katana? I don't know. I mean, there's some people who do really good Lovecraft minis out there. I don't have any special plans about that. What I do need to do that's Lovecraft related is I need to read some Lovecraft literature, because I got a Call of Cthulhu game that's gonna be oh fuck, I keep forgetting to paint the metal on that. That's fine. Yeah, Call of Cthulhu game that's coming up by the end of April, and I need to like, it's really easy to have like Lovecraft knowledge via pop cultural osmosis. I know like very broad strokes Lovecraft things. I don't even know if you need to necessarily get super deep into that to run Call of Cthulhu. I think if you can nail the mood and just kind of like, because there's people. Oh, I'm gonna be DMing it. It is going to actually be on Twitch. I'm gonna stream it. It's got a couple. I don't think anybody in that is like someone who hasn't been at my table before. I also need to do some other TRPGs. There's a couple people I need to make that Magic Punk game happen. I need to make that Magic Punk game happen. I mean, YouTube recommend might not be bad, but I do think I just need to read this. I do think I just need to read the stories myself. Yeah, like, oh, he's got like metal plates on his. I can get that gooch. There we go. How you doing? It's like, yeah. I was part of a group of people who helped get that. I put some money towards the translation on that, and I need to run the game for a couple of other people who helped on that. Smiles. I'm hoping for context, by the end of April, my life should be normal again. My life should be normal again at the end of April. Till then, my life is in a weird spot because of the move. I will say it's now a lot better because, I have an apartment lined up now. So, and I got like, I've paid rent on that. So there is a place for me. Yippee. But like that is like fucked with my brain for any sort of long-term creative prospect so far. The end of April is where I want to get back into swings over a lot of stuff like that. Right over there, be staring. Yeah, funnily enough, I actually do have that air conditioning story like saved to look at, because that one is just so weird that I find the premise like that is a premise I would have never thought of in a million years, and I find it fascinating because of that premise. It's like I was like, this is just holy shit. That's buck wild. I'm intrigued. Lorgar has 2 kids. No, I don't think the Primarch should have kids. I don't know. That's the kind of stuff where it's like I can feel my autism just be like, I don't think it works like that. I don't know. Mind you, you can do whatever. Once again, like people are allowed to do what they want for that kind of fan fiction, but if I would have saw that, I would have been like, nope. Like I'm more of the belief that like Lorgar doesn't know what sex is. I don't even think Lorgar would give a shit about sex either. There's only one Space Marine that I know has a biological child after becoming a Space Marine, and that is Fabius Bile. And he did some shit. He did some shit to make that happen, and arguably his daughter is not even really a human anymore, just because of Slaanesh fuckery. Something to play like, hey, let's go. Silver Bayonet does seem like fun. Silver Bayonet does seem like fun. I know it's there's like an infinite number of games in my local group that is like, we should try that sometime. Right now, people are putting together Blood Bowl teams. Besides to talk about maybe getting into Star Wars Legion in June, a lot of people have been bringing out Blood Bowl teams. I'm like, Blood Bowl, cool. I've only played the video game versions of Blood Bowl. Yeah. They're pretty much like, if you want to adjust my glasses, if you want to get real woke with it or what, I mean, basically every Space Marine is asexual, aromantic, and is functionally kind of like almost like a weird third gender sort of dealio, because they're so like entirely different on every real level that it's hard to like. That's why it went for me. Like the idea of like Space Marine romances don't really do much, because it's like they're just so fundamentally different. And I feel like to a certain degree some of the attempts of like trying to like, now this, when I say stuff like that where it's like somebody out there makes a fan character and has like their character smooch that character or whatever, like for the people out there who's like, my Blorbo is Gilliman, there are people that have 40k Blorbos, and I find that really fascinating. I couldn't give a shit about whether like how that works. But yeah, no, I find overall just Space Marines being their own sort of like weird thing kind of more interesting than that. But for me, them having kids is just kind of like, it doesn't really get that. That doesn't get the same juice. Yeah, exactly. Like Aurelia's got her Sanguinius Blorbo. There's also what's another? Usually I'm gonna be real. It's for Primarchs that get turned into someone's Blorbo, and by Blorbo I mean like someone's special little character that they might ship themselves with or kind of obsess about. It's Angron and Kurz. It is that like a metal plate, or is that fat? That is metal plate. I'm gonna be. It's always Angron and Kurz. It's always Angron and Kurz. It always goes back to those two. Not like I say always in the very like loose joking sense. There's a lot of people that have Angron and Kurz as they're because they're I guess they are just kind of like the designated sad boy Primarchs. So that makes total sense for that. The thing is, no, they don't even do that. It's not even like I can fix them. I think it's just the traits of them are very compelling. And in Border, like I would argue out of the Primarchs, those two kind of also really hit that like Tumblr sexy man sort of thing. Technically, I would also argue Lorgar hits a similar note, but Lorgar has a key difference. Which is why I don't think people have Lorgar as their Blorbo. Lorgar's bald. Like I'm gonna be honest. A lot of times Blorbos seem to need to have hair to be Blorbos. Not that this is universal or anything, but it does seem like that, like, you know, a lot of Primarchs that do have people that, like, this is my special little creature guy and I love him, do have hair. And arguably a lot of Marines don't. Like, because, you know, it's that usual thing where it's like, yeah, sculpting hair is hard, and sculpting hair for a mini scale is hard. And also, like, you want to have flexible heads, and what's the most flexible head but a bald head? You can stick a bald head on any torso with a spot for a head, and you don't have to worry about things clipping or not fitting right. You can do whatever, you know? No, I mean, you can't fix Angron without removing the nails, and, like, I mean, I guess technically Lorgar fixed Angron anyway, so, you know, that job has already been done with stuff like that. So, you know, I don't like Angron fucking. Like Angron fucking, I don't know. It doesn't work for me. It doesn't work for me. I know you're really trying to sell that fanfic, but like I'm not to be mean. I think the more you describe it, the less I'm into it. I don't want that. Yeah, I mean, Salamanders keep their families. Yeah, that's true. But I like, that's one of the things that I also need to research a little bit. So, like, there's, like, you know, there's, like, a typical kind of, like, you know, you hear 40k canon stuff, and it's sort of tricky to figure out, like, what is real and how exaggerated that is. I'm sure there's probably, like, what's it called? There's probably, like, one little bit in a Salamander's Codex that mentions that. And that, like, that's probably true. But there's also just really easy for telephone to happen, so, like, maybe they go back to their families. Maybe they just kind of show them to be like, I'm alive. Goodbye, mother. That kind of dealio. How you doing, Zia? How you doing? I mean, yeah, this is about. I'd argue this is about the usual. Painting my horrible gross lads. Also, I really like this plum color. I think this plum color fucks immensely. And just talk about, like, weird 40k romance shit. I still think that's why, like, I think if you want the romance, I do think humans in 40k, or Tau either. Tau would be good for stuff like that too. Especially because Tau, you get that, like, caste-based differences if you want some tension. How you doing, Buckaman? How you doing? It's her. It's the Zia Xenos. The Gring signals to Gring. How you doing? How you doing? Let's see. I'm currently painting my lads. I've had these guys fucking, like, I spent so long trying to do that texturing where I've glued on tissue paper. I always think green thoughts. They people out there lie. Green is a very creative color. It is the most creative color. It is also the one color where it's like, it's also kind of funny because I think about, like, Goblin VTubers where they have, like, an inherent kinship. Like, unfortunately, as an elf VTuber, like, every elf VTuber is basically a free agent. Elf doesn't have, like, a kinship component like insect VTubers or, like, goblin VTubers, and, like, but ironically, green-haired kinship is more of a thing that I've noticed. Where it's like, yeah, L2 gives a shit. Green hair though, hey, green hair, like, shake. It's like that, like, nice hat, shake hands thing, you know. I give it a try. I'm gonna be honest. I will not. I think all the things you described about it, like, once again, no shame if you enjoy it. I just, all the stuff you've described are things that I do not like in my stuff, so I will be skipping that. Yeah, same hat. Like, bug. Oh God, yeah. I've seen also how you doing simping for Jesus. That is an amazing name. So I never got the full Darkwater box. I forget if these guys came in that box, but they're definitely part of the same release wave for sure. Yeah, these are. I know there was some of the Rot Warrior guys. I forget if Blightkings actually show up in that box or not. I want one of these days I will obtain that box. I just don't know when. No, you don't have to be sorry. I'm just saying it's just not my thing. Also, Valka, thank you for giving a sub for simping for Jesus. But how you doing? Yeah, I've been working on these guys a little bit today. And it's been going pretty good. I did get some of the Rot Warriors or whatever. Those should be coming at some point. Squids was like, "Hey, we got the new shop ready to go. It's time for me to send you your dudes." And I'm like, "I am in a moving hell. I'm in moving hell. I will grab those soon. So those will get painted. Though I'm also hey, Zipping for Jesus. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the workshop. Maybe." I know Kane and Amberly kind of have a thing. I've only read 2 of the Kane books. I'm currently on the end. I'm near the end of reading Apostle, and I wish I liked Apostle more. Apostle is a word bearers book about word bearers converting a planet through like miracles and like stuff. And it's kind of cool, but it feels like it hits very similar notes over and over and over again. Like, here's kind of my thought for that. Like, you know how like a lot of 40K books have like a B plot where it's like, oh, this book is about Call, but there's also like the Ultramarines doing their own shit, and there's maybe like a third one. You know, yeah. So sometimes they'll stick in like, oh yeah, this is where we're talking about Titan crews because yeah, why not? There's not really one in this one, and I kind of wish there was, which feels weird to say because prior to that I've been like, I kind of wish a lot of these weren't there. Like, I like Titans. There is nothing, for me, it's a big boner killer when I'm enjoying the story of a book, and then they do like a 15-minute interlude about Titans, you know? Where it's like, oh yes, these are the Titan pilots we barely talk about, but they're here now and they're doing stuff. I'm like, oh god. Like would I read a book about Titan crews? Probably. I probably after I read all the infinite billion other books. It always just is like a weird pace interrupter. For me personally. Oh yeah, Jurgen's the lad. Jurgen's definitely the lad for sure. Let me take a drink as well. I do think I have like slightly planned out my next series of books I want to read though. So like I honestly don't care a lot about G-Dub's canon, but I do want to drink. You guys talk about hydrate stuff, it's fucking in my brain. I do want to know a little bit more about the 13th company Space Wolves guys. And like, I was like, okay, what books do they show up in? Like, I know they're in the Codex and I don't really need anything beyond that. I'm like, oh, they show up in the Ahriman books. And like, I've heard those are neat. And I've honestly, Thousand Suns has been like the one Chaos faction I've really basically read about like more or less every other Chaos faction. I guess I haven't really done a lot of, no, that's not true. I've a decent amount of Heresy era World Eaters have showed up in a lot of the stories I've read. Really very little Thousand Suns. I was like, oh, this would be fun. I do agree with you, Simping for Jesus. I'm very pro, like, you know, like, I do my own canon stuff, but like, I was like, it'd be still cool to read for like inspiration and whatnot. I was like, that would be neat. So yeah, I've gotten the Prospero Burn, let's say, a Thousand Suns, Prospero Burns, and then the first two Ahriman books because I had like 1 billion Audible credits. I'm like, oh, I'll give that a go at some point. He pickles his own eggs. I mean, he probably does. Like what's the point of like accepting the powers of Nurgle if you can't make your own delicious pickled snacks? Like, well, you know. At that point, you might as well pick another Chaos God that will give you delicious pickled snacks. But Goblin, the Mental Goblin. Don the Mantle, the Green Goblin, the Mental Goblin, the Goblin Communication Standard. God damn it. Every time I read that sentence that you typed out, like I saw it earlier, it fell out of my brain like a fucking cognito hazard, and I went back to do it a second time. I'm like, nope, still fucked up. Still fucked up. Yeah, I've heard, from what I understand, Ahriman's one of those kind of like I am a genius, oh no sort of characters, kind of like stuff, which those are generally pretty fun. But yeah, there's apparently like, you know, because they're sort of the eternal rivals of the Space Wolves to a certain degree. There's like a neat little bit of overlap there that I'm like, think would be neat. Read SCP? No, not really. Like I said, like I don't really consume a lot of internet fan works outside of like YouTube video stuff, really. SCPs have always been one of those things that I'm like, I understand why they're big, but I sort of like, I kind of like missed them in the moment. I know you guys have given me like, there's like an Aristocrats one and some others that I think people have been like, Hal, you should check this out. I'm like, maybe, but it's just, that's kind of lower on my list of things to check out. I don't know. I'm sure in paper there's probably a couple SCPs that I'd enjoy, but it's like, I've not really had a huge urge to dive through those. Yeah. Oh yeah, I have to assume a lot of you nerds are really, really into it. I'm not, like I said, I'm not surprised. I just sort of missed the boat when it was new. For me, SCPs are like One Piece, which is going to sound insane, but hear me out. Like, I think if I was there when One Piece was very new, and I actually like got to like, you know, start from the beginning and made that like a daily part of my life, I'd probably be, you know, I'd probably really like One Piece. I probably would. But SCPs are kind of a similar thing. So how you doing, Turtle Sages? How you doing? How you doing? I'm also very particular about modern urban, because like I really like the urban legend aspect of Unknown Armies. That's always sort of been like one of the cool things about Unknown Armies, is sort of like their take on urban legends and how they kind of cycle into like the way the sort of cosmos works in Unknown Armies. So why is this getting so fucking thin? I'm not even like really diluting that. Weird. Well, I guess I can always just go back and just add another layer. It's not the worst, you know. But there we go. But it's like I don't know. Like could I spend a lazy afternoon looking for SCPs? But it's like, yeah, probably. But like it's, I don't know. I have other things that I would like to sit down and get to, and I don't even get to them. Skids, crates, and pallets. Hell yeah, brother. All the things you need to be a true forklift operator. I think that's right. Those feel like those definitely feel like forklift operator things. I think I could be totally wrong there. Maybe this plum just like hungers for fucking water, where it's like it just inherently just is like really gets into the juice of my wet palate. Maybe. There we go. But yeah, I've been doing pretty good, and also like the base, like, you know. But yeah, the Apostles ending soon, and I'm okay with that. Like, it's not bad. I don't know if there's ever been one that's been like aggressively bad. I still think, like, unfortunately, like No Fear and Big Daka have been the ones that I've been like the most like just like, oh god, fuck off, please end. I wish to be free from this hell. And that was mostly just because Big Daka was a book that I was promised that would be cool orc bullshit, and it was like 1/3 cool orc bullshit, the rest just like tech priests just like jerking off with like pointless bullshit. And I understand that once again, that's like when I read Big Daka. No, sorry, not Big Daka. Brutal and Cunning. I've not read Big Daka yet. When I read Brutal Cunning, I was like, okay, I'm ready for orc. I like orc. Orc is fun. All the chapters with I can't remember his name, but my brain keeps want to say like Urist, and I don't think that's definitely not right. It was definitely something like something with like a Snag or whatever. I don't know. He had some orc name out of 10. I was like, okay. I liked all that, but then they would just like cut away from it and like the most like. Sometimes the pacing is just real fucked up with side stories. Probably is. I you know, that's very typical. I think it's like Ernst was like a name that I think was a okayly like. That was definitely a name I saw for like dwarf stuff that originated from like people who were into Dwarf Fortress, like Urist, son of Urist kind of dealio. And I would not be surprised during that era where like probably Texas Speech probably borrowed a lot more from TG culture, that Urst would have showed up as kind of like a little wink nudge nudge. I could definitely see that. But you've already making the decision. See stuff like that is fun. I like hearing about that as like a fun little treat. But like I would I need to like really get into the lore and like watch like a 15-minute video on that? Probably not. I did like hearing about that. I like the funky jade tortoise. That seems fun. That seems fun. But like I think what happened is I sat down and I bookmarked like the Aristocrats SCP, where it has like a spooky image and everything. I was like, okay, you know, I'll give this a fair shake. And I just kept looking at it. I was like, I don't know if I want to sit down and watch this for 40 minutes. I just kind of kept skipping it because of that, and just never got around to it. It just wasn't doing it. I would just keep looking at it. There's other things I want to do than watch this for 40 minutes. I guess. Have I heard of Adric? Yeah, I have actually, yeah. I mostly keep up with Adric. It's one of those things that I think is fun, but it's also tricky because like some people are like, ah, yes, Adric, that infallible source of canon. And, you know, they even admit that they're not an infallible source of canon, but then you got people arguing stuff that they heard on Adric wrong, but they're, you know, because they listened to it. It's like a real... It's like, I do think, especially once I got like the research, I think once Possum came in, that's also helped because they just could have like someone who just like reads all the books and keeps track of all the shit, which I think is really, really nice. I do like it though. I do like it. Also, they have like that sister podcast, which is more about like other grimdark settings, and they're doing a Dark Sun one soon, which Dark Sun's really, really rad. That's like one of those like settings that like I mostly play in homebrew settings with every TRPG thing I've ever been in. Same, but I also heard that from them. For me, I think it should be less like, you know, you're allowed to hear stuff from them and think that's probably true, but it probably wouldn't hurt to like, for me, the sort of like gold standard on like, oh God, why? Is a lot of the way the orcs work. And I don't think a lot of it's their fault. People have been memeing orc stuff forever. The whole like, oh yeah, all their guns are tin cans filled with rocks, but they think really hard and they turn into space lasers. But also if you go pew pew, they explode. Like if you finger guns them, they explode. And like that has been kind of a pervasive thing for fucking forever. That is one of those things that like has been kind of like people are really, really insistent on that being real. Or like a new person will hear that. Or there's like another one where it's like, God, what is it? I don't know where this came from. I don't think it's real, but I've heard about it before as like, I think it's one of those like fan theories that people that like there's also, I will say, at least the Adric people like generally try. There are like people that will just like make up bullshit for like TikToks or whatever. Like the idea, well, reading wikis is still reading. There's a lot of people that just entirely think about 40K through like memes and secondhand and like third-hand info, arguably. So like, have you guys ever heard of the idea of the deep warp? I don't know who like thought of it. And I think it's like one of those things that like a YouTuber put together with like there probably are some canon descriptions of like, what's it called? There are probably some canon descriptions of like when you go deep into the warp, shit gets real weird. But like a lot of people have kind of put that as like, oh yeah, the deep warp, that's where all the real serious warp shit is. Even the chaos gods are afraid of the deep warp. And like somebody will see that because, you know, just some like random YouTuber will make a video about it. And then they'll spread that. And then people who don't know better, like, here's the thing. I'm gonna present you three scenarios. Three scenarios. What's it called? The Cerulean Jackals are a Space Marine chapter descended from the White Scars. They are primarily a fleet-based chapter that was nearly destroyed, but were reinforced by the Primaris project once Guilliman started sending sending those out to backup chapters. They primarily are really low on supplies, so a lot of times they raid Chaos fleets for their materials. But also, when things get really, really desperate, they will raid Imperial ships and just kind of... If they kill everyone on board and like make it look like orcs did it, they usually don't get shit. The Inquisition is a little bit worried about them and started looking into their stuff. There's that. Here's another one. In the 500 Worlds books, there is a little section that talks about how the Emperor is starting to believe that Guilliman was turning against him. So he's whispered to Titus the location of the sword that was used to kill the second Primarch. And if Titus would grab that and keep that around in case Guilliman goes rogue, that is the thing that needs to happen for the sake of Ultramar. Scenario 3, Fabius Bile's backpack has fucked canonically and has produced children. Scenario 1 and Scenario 2 are lies. I made up the cerulean jackals. Nothing of that sounds particularly outrageous, right? Like, none of that particularly sounded weird. You're like, you're probably just like having a hard time remembering a chapter. I made that up on the spot. 2 is entirely bullshit. Obviously bullshit, but like, if you're new and you're a new 40K person and you heard the idea of like, oh yeah, the what's it called? Some of the older Primarchs got taken out behind the shed. They're like, you could be like, oh, yeah, okay, that makes sense. That feels like a thing. How are you doing, Backpack 60? I believe it's Manflayer. It's the 3rd Fabius Bile book. The book opened. This is true canon. The other 2 are bullshit. This is real. In that book, some glandhounds, they're like 3rd generation glandhounds that work for Fabius Bile, are just on his ship, like, dealing with the fact there's a bunch of mechanical insects. They're like, why are all these goddamn mechanical insects around? And they found the queen, and they're like, how the fuck are there so many of these? And Fabius Bile does a thing at the beginning of basically all of his books where he spends time kind of coming back from the dead because his body's continuously like rotting, so he just makes clones and does like a brain transfer into the clones. And in that book, like once the chirurgeon kind of restraps itself to his back, Fabius Bile just notices like, hey, there's a lot more cameras around the ship. And then he makes a little comment about how his book how the chirurgeon has been busy while he's been out. So yes, out of all those, the only canon thing, the cerulean jackals aren't real. The Primarch killing sword that Titus needs to find is not real. The backpack that fucks is real. The moral of that is that, like, okay, depending on how much you know about 40K, especially if you're brand new, it's really hard to figure out like what information is not true. So like if you hear that like, oh, orcs are based on like, you know, they have like a Gestalt psychic wall thing, and you hear that like, you know, orcs are goofy guys and their technology doesn't work super well, except for when it does. And then someone's like, oh yeah, if you convince an orc that you shoot him and he dies with like your finger guns, that's true. And like a new person would be like, I don't see why that shouldn't be true. I don't know enough about the setting. And then they will kind of spread that info to other people. Also, I was hoping that this color, this golden brown would be the same color as the tits, and that was incorrect. So yeah, it's just really easy to be misled, you know? Yeah. I mean, yeah, you can easily make that your Blorbo. There are people that do like custom Legion stuff from like the missing Primarchs. I think that's neat. I think they've basically been on record of people have been like, oh yeah, they made those so people can make their own. I don't think that's true either, but it's very nice that you can do that. I'm very pro that being a thing. So how you doing, Slow? How you doing? Yeah. Yeah, there's also true. It's really easy to like super duper exaggerate for stuff like that. You're like, oh no, Space Marines they're stupid all the time. They never think tactically. Every single one is just yells heresy. It hits the heresy button and then stabs a bunch of guys. I mean, it does show up from time to time. Like I would argue that the Eisenhorn books are not particularly grimdark. Like are there distinct villains who do horrible shit? Yeah, but like Gundren as a planet is fine. Like you could go to a little hamlet village in Gundren, and it's, you know, there probably is going to be like servitors and shit there, but like it's a village. Like it's a nice little town in the Alps that you can do. You can go there and like not be totally fucked up. I want to say there's 4 wars for Armageddon. Don't quote me on that one though. Definitely don't quote me on one. I think there's been 4, and I think the current one might be the 5th. Maybe. I think that's supposed to be it. I don't know. Maybe. I don't want to do the. Maybe I'll do the entire mace as. I'm up to my tarnished metal bullshit again. Don't mind me. I'm gonna get that going on there. So like, I do think it happens. I think the reason why you don't get little 40K elements without the Grimdark as much, especially these days, It's because I just think other sci-fi settings kind of cover that. Like I think as Star Wars didn't shit the bed as hard as it did as like a media franchise, I think you would, I mean, you know, there are tons of Star Wars things that would kind of like hit similar moods that like you would kind of want from like a non-grimdark 40K story. And there's some narratives that just don't like, you know, that you can work in there and that's not in 40K. There's anything to do with like friendly aliens. Like, you know, I know rogue traders can have friendly aliens, but even then that's like in a very specific circumstance, you know? I don't know. As far as I'm aware, they've not retconned the Eisenhorn books. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Because like arguably, okay, like it's been a while since I read the Eisenhorn trilogy, where it's like, okay, things that Eisenhorn did that might be a little weird by modern standards. Like he did punk a Slaaneshi Chaos Space Marine pretty easily, but also he had like, you know, the artifact that the guy was going crazy for. So it was very much like yeah, brain drain him and then like fuck his shit up. And to be fair, an Inquisitor killing a Space Marine is not particularly buck wild, you know? He did have a model. It was like a limited edition model, I think. I forget. I think he had stats and stuff, but like now that I think the model itself was like pretty. I think it's one of those models that like was limited time, but I don't think it's that hard to get. I could be wrong though. He does have a magic card, and his magic card sucks ass, and that makes me kind of sad. It's very thematic. Like his card is very thematic to him as Eisenhorn. It's not a great card though. A couple of those cards from that Magic set are kind of unfortunate. Where like, I wish the Mortarion card was better. And not that it needs to be like fucking like broken supreme, but it's like every time I want to build a Mortarion deck, I'm just like I don't think this would stand up to like a modern precon. I think Mortarion is just that kind of like not great in there. Oh yeah. I mean, even I'm trying to think. It's been a while since I played the Rogue Trader game. It wasn't too crazy over the top grimdark bullshit, I think. But I also did not get super far, so like maybe it really ramps up towards the end. But yeah, no. I mean, it's just kind of inherently one of the things that's like, it's like, I don't dislike the grimdark stuff of 40K. But like, for me, that's like, you know, it's that I really only get that from 40K either. I guess, you know, I know like Trench Crusade and like Turnip are kind of grimdark in a little bit. But they kind of do it in different ways, especially Trench Crusade. Like, Trench Crusade still has like reasonable civilization. It's just that like, you know, everything sucks because the forces of hell are constantly invading. Otherwise, it's not that bananas. You got any little... I mean, these guys had extra little jingly bits that got covered up. Not a crazy amount of them. I'm gonna make these little... If you're wondering why I'm painting these blue, it's because eventually these are going to be tarnished like bronze instead. What time? Okay, we got a decent time going. This is another one of those I kind of want to get these guys to a point where I could glue onto the base just so that they, like, you know, they stand. That wouldn't be too bad. Like, I think I just got like the gooch. I think I just gotta get the gooch locked in for a lot of them. Luckily they don't have like a crazy amount of like back hang and stuff, so maybe I'll have to do that. The new starter fucks. The new starter is incredibly cool, especially at the fucking price point. So the carcass front, I believe, is supposed to be like 130. It comes with like 2 war bands and a campaign book and tokens and stuff like that. Like, I was like, I don't have the biggest urge for the minis, but part of me might just want to get, so like, here's the thing, because I kickstarted the Trench Crusade Kickstarter, I basically have all of that in digital format. They're like, okay, if you were part of the Kickstarter and like, you know, you pledged enough to get like the book, which I did, I believe I'm entitled to the carcass front entirely in digital. Probably what I might do though is like, I do like those Heretic Raiders. I might be like, hey newbie. So for me, I don't dislike them. This is more of a weird me problem. This is more of a weird me problem. I basically already have all the Pilgrim stuff I need. Like, I was putting together some Pilgrim that I was going to run as Sacred Affliction, even though they wouldn't have the Sacred Affliction look. So, like, I don't need Pilgrims. Technically, I already started building my Heretic Raiders. But I also just really, really like that Priest model. So, like, at least for me, I would not mind, even though I got access to the digital versions of those. I would not be opposed to buy that box for myself and just be like, hey, local newbie player who wants to get in a Trench Crusade. Would you like the Pilgrim half for like $30 or something like that? You know, I don't know exactly what's in there for the Pilgrim half, so I don't know it's like a good price point, but you know, cheap. I'd just see like how much everything kind of went for, especially with shipping, and just be like, cause that way is, you know, I get the plastic models I want, I get all the books I really want, but someone gets a 700-point army and they can get into the game. Or maybe somebody else is into the game and they just want to pick up Pilgrims. I think that's fine. I think that's a reasonable use of my time and money and stuff like that. But I don't know. I think that's coming out in July. Okay, so I guess June is going to be Mandalorians and July is going to be more Trench Crusade. You know, I mean, I'm not that I won't stop painting Trench Crusade. I've been painting Trench Crusade definitely. Should I make this copper? It's for metal variety. I could. I definitely could. Yeah, that might be the play, actually. Go back and touch a lot of these extra bits. I would say overall, I'm pretty happy the way the lads are looking so far. Let's see. Sip. Brush that I want to use for the metals. There we go. Wait, no, I'm not using metals right now. I keep forgetting, like, yeah, no, I'm painting crust that will be metal. Happy film. Valor and Toynut? I think for the, if you're talking about like the Yvrain storyline, I think that's basically dead in the water. I think like if you dislike that, don't worry. I don't think G-Dubs remembers that that's a thing. In that it's that like the, I've heard that described for other things, the idea of like cocaine writing, where it's like you look forever onwards and you like never really stop to look back. And as far as I can tell, the Yvrain plot is basically dead. Like supposedly Fulgrim might even have one of those swords that she needs, so like that's probably not going to be a thing. From what I'm guessing, I actually think a lot of stuff makes sense in the context that they were debating going way more end times with the big 8th edition launch, and like, you know, hey, Games Workshop doesn't give a fuck about Dark Eldar. Like, we all collectively understand this. Like, we're like, yeah, you know, business as usual from G-Dubs. But I think as part of that, I think that they were like, you know what if we just had Eldar? And you can kind of see them toy with the idea. Where they're like, okay, what if with Corsairs you could combine some models? What if you could do that with the I think it's called like the Archon's Wager detachment, where you get a little bit of that going as well. I think that's sort of the thing where they're like, I think G-Dubs would really just like Codex Eldar to exist. And I don't think it ever really can, or maybe not. Maybe they can eventually like smooth off enough of the unique units from Eldar to make that real. I'm not saying this is like a good decision. I'm just saying it's a decision they could do if they really felt so inclined, you know. And yeah, they show up, but like nothing ever really happens with them. So like if one day that they're like, all right, for 12th edition, we've decided to condense Codex Eldar and Dark Eldar into Codex Eldari. You know, or for Eldari and then Codex Drukhari. They just made Codex Eldari. I would not be too surprised by that, you know? Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, I think it's like, yeah, the I think just like a lot of customers really like a moving story though, which is why that kind of got left behind, which is unfortunate because I kind of agree where it's like the whole like 1 minute to midnight idea, where it's like shit, yeah, like shit's always on the verge of collapsing. I think they still have that to some degree, but it's like a little bit, oh fuck, a little bit of plaster chips. That's fine. I do like using plaster for the bases, but sometimes there'll be like a little chunk that just kind of pops out and makes me sad. I'm gonna try that. I'm trying to basically get like the tops because I would like to glue these guys on. We're, you know, decent way through the stream. I just think gluing them on would just also help with just like gripping and kind of like keeping them around the workshop. Get a little bit of metal in there, maybe. Like that little patch, but it does seem to be getting dry brushed away. I also do want to use I have like that little bit that the tree material stuff that I do want to use for this as well. Up on it. Get a lot more on there. Yeah, I'm curious if although like a lot of that too, where it's like it almost does seem like G-Dubs has been focusing a lot more on like the scouring. And I'm curious if that's ever just like where that's gonna go. If like the idea that like if you want like I think the idea of the battletechification of 40k is particularly interesting. Where it's effectively you have like 3 eras of play where you have like what's it called? You have Horus Heresy, you have Scouring up until 8th edition, and then you got like the current era. And it'd be nice to see if all 3 were supported. Probably not. Probably if you want like the other stuff, you would need to kind of like lean more into like a local group and fan stuff. I mean, there are people that play older editions and just kind of doing your own thing. Yeah. I agree. I just don't think G-Dubs is ever going to do that yourself. That kind of stuff is very much now on the like fans need to take that, like if you want to see that, you gotta take that into your own hands. It's gotta like get together local groups and run campaigns for older editions and stuff, which has been happening near me, which has been kind of nice. And oh, that's also fair too. That's also fair. That's also that is also fair. I still generally like reading the books and stuff, so that doesn't bother me too much. But like, at least like when I think of the lore for my guys, though, I definitely kind of feel like more kind of like I hate named characters. I hate other people's named characters for the war game. I don't mind them in books and stuff. I just hate the theoretical idea of you know, those like when people do army list and then like every Ultramarines list has to have Gilliman. Honestly, Carrie held out pretty long. I don't think how you doing? Yeah, the delicious cookie base. Let's see, properties, deactivate, reactivate. Other live. I still. Oh, you mean like a what's it called? A pre-recorded video thing? Like I still have an idea. It's just that once again, moving has kind of thrown all my planning shit way out of whack. Let's go see him. Have yourself a good night and take it easy, yo. How you doing, Fake Off? How you doing? I'd be working on the Blightkings. I've been working on these guys. They're turning out pretty. I actually think that little bit of Plum pretty lightly has actually done quite a bit of lifting in there. But I kind of want to get them glued on the bases just so I can like, you know, like hold them by the base and also just kind of fiddle with them that way. Also, this just takes up less desk space. That's really a lot of it too, is like minimizing project desk space is just kind of a thing I like to do when I can. Go here and then get the last one. Also, Alex Football, thank you for the follow and welcome to the workshop. I mean, you know, it'd be like that sometimes. It'd be like that sometimes. Yeah, it's kind of tricky too when it's like, especially like usually I kind of run more into that sort of issue for RPGs. Where it's like people like people I know who I like hang out will just have like kind of like different ways of enjoying a game, or like what kind of mechanics and stuff they're into, or like what kind of systems. And like, oh, that's unfortunate. It's all good. It's all good. I still got at least another hour and a half of mini painting, so you know, I should depending on when you get back, I should still be on. But if not, have yourself a good night and take it easy, yo. Hell yeah. See, let's get a little Get a little bit of the... Oh, yeah, I guess I could use that, like... I could use the medium gray on the dark slate. And also need to figure out how I want to dry brush the... What's it called? How I need to dry brush the little freestanding stones. Those I might hit with, like, a real light gray. There we go. Hey, it's all good. It's all good. Also, how you doing, Alex? I did not give you a proper howdy. If you do not know me already, I'm Halbernut the Mimic Elf, miniature painting VTuber of the Nurgle and Scave variety. Hey, and actually, you know what? Today I'm actually doing a Nurgle thing. It used to be the joke is like, haha, you never paint Skaven, but I actually don't paint much Nurgle stuff anymore either. I've been really big on Trench Crusade, Turnip 28, and like Word Bearers as of late. The Word Bearers can be Nurgle adjacent, you know. They're close enough sometimes, but like it's not, you know. Sometimes painting like a horrible gross lad, it just feels good. It's just nice to do. I love painting horrible gross lads. They're my favorite. I've been thinking about like, especially for like a big gross lad, like I still want to compete in Smash Bash this year, and I definitely want to do the advanced Lemon Pig. And I was thinking about how I wanted to do that. I was originally thinking more like a snake thing, but I was like, maybe it'd be funny if I just took a lemon pig and scaled it up. Like if I just took like a big foam body, because of the theme of this year's Smash Bash is teeth. So I was like, okay, how I really get that is I take a big foam body for the lemon pig, I hollow it out and fill that with teeth. And then I just do like weird exaggerated versions of all the lemon pig features. I was like, that could be cool. That could be neat. Where it's like, I have like really big glossy eyes, and like maybe do some just funky little stuff with the legs. And then in order to make like this, I still want it to be made of lemons too. So I think I'm just going to like, I want to paint I kind of want it to look like ripped flesh, where it's like there's like red kind of like muscly flesh, and then like little patches of lemon. Probably 3D printed teeth. Here's the thing. It's not that hard to buy teeth on Etsy. It's just kind of expensive. It was like $15 for 5, which I mean, you know, not a bad bargain, but I think if I wanted to fill that fucker entirely with human teeth, that would be like hundreds of dollars. And as fun as that would be, that does sound like a joy. That sounds absolutely great. I think that level of tooth-a-toot is just going to be way out of my budget. Yeah, fuck it. I got the dry brush out. I might as well dry brush the little rocks as well. Where's the light gray? There we go. I did. I still got those kicking around somewhere. It's funny. Not too many people were bothered by the human teeth. A lot more people were bothered by the lemon pig. My 2025 lemon pig, which is just mounted on a 60mm base, and I use it as a Turnip 28 lump. I could also, weirdly enough, use him as a demon prince. I could run my lemon pig as a demon prince if I felt like it, which would be very funny. But now I've mostly been using it as a turnip lump. Actually, other people got to use it today at the shop. Like we're playtesting a game called Turnip Ball, which is like Turnip 28 soccer. I think we're trying to get the rules finalized for that to make that like a real thing. And two of the people I usually game with, like I like, it's kind of awkward when you're at the shop and like 3 people are there, so like somebody has to sit out. And I was like, yeah, I wanted to do some research on Star Wars Legion anyway. So I chilled and just watched them play Turnip Ball, and also it's nice because like as somebody who has helped develop it, it's nice to be able to like see somebody who's not me or the other guy who helped work on it to like really take notes. I was like, oh, this is cool. Basin dinner sauce. No, I don't think you can buy dinner sauce anymore. I think the Homestuck like it's like not Taobao, but there was like basically a website that was sort of like, it's like Topo Code. It was basically like, hey, are you a webcomic in like the 2010s? This is where you sell your merch at. Like we got you covered here. And that's where I bought the dinner sauce. I cannot imagine that shop is still around. I could be wrong. I'm curious though. You do got me curious. For context, I bought Homestuck. No, listen, I'm not gonna lie, the idea of people sending me their teeth for a project sounds kind of fun, but that's like so many layers of legal availability. Yeah, that's I mean Tankin Dankin. Thomas the Tank Engine, yes. Like it's one of those things, it's like it would be fun, but I have to imagine that, like, you know, probably a crime. Probably to some degree a crime. I wish to not crime myself, so we'll avoid that. What are we doing? So I'm looking at the gooch. Actually, no, I'm getting greedy. So what's the best way? I mean, receiving teeth in the mail. I don't know how legal that is. That's what I'm saying. So, to explain dinner sauce, so there's a webcomic called Homestuck. Now, I'm not going to explain to you the history of Homestuck because it's really ancillary to this, but in the context of Homestuck, they had like two kind of joke characters named Sweet Bro and Hello Jeff. Despair, also true. Also true. Yeah, have you read Homestuck? I still need to finish it. I never ended up finishing Homestuck. I got to like one of the gigapauses, and that happened at a very busy time in my life in college, and I've just not sat down and fully caught up on it. But yeah, that's not a controversial opinion, for sure. Sweet Bro and Hello Jeff is better than Homestuck. Valid. Arguably, the hidden gem is the Team Special Olympics stuff, which is still really funny. But they released their own barbecue sauce, which they just jokingly called dinner sauce, and you're like, okay, what's so special about that? Oh God, Zia, why I keep forgetting that you are you're also not in your mid-30s. To be fair, I'm old as shit, so that's not a big deal. Okay. I was curious because like Homestuck was very much like based on the internet at the time, but 8th grade's honestly probably would have been a really like college is a good time for Homestuck. I have to imagine 8th grade would be a real bitchin' time for Homestuck. I'm not gonna lie, that sounds like it'd be great. But anyway, they released their barbecue sauce and they had that on their website as a joke for a while. So surprisingly no. But during this is another layer dork. There's a Homestuck Vtuber collab. I want to say in like 2022. I'm just gonna throw that date out there. We were talking about it, and I was like, oh shit, they have some still on there. So I bought some, and I was gonna eat some as like a little bit on stream. The problem is, like, at that point, Homestuck had already been like no longer a webcomic for a while. Like, you know, it just ended, and I never considered that, like, yes, clearly they're not like keeping the stock on barbecue sauce fresh. That's just like not a thing they're doing. They're not replenishing the barbecue sauce as like, you know, a store. So the barbecue sauce I ordered was expired, and like, it's like one of those things. It's like, barbecue sauce, I've never seen barbecue sauce last long enough to get expired. Like, it's just usually, you know, devoured. People used all the barbecue sauce. Their barbecue sauce is no more. And then, like, you know, you get more barbecue sauce. The circle of life. So by the time I got it, it was like, it had the consistency of chunky salsa. And I was like, well, this is fucked up. And then I did something stupider, and I turned it into Warhammer terrain, which is still good. Like, the terrain is still actively terrain. I could grab some, probably, and just show it. No, I think I packed it already. Fuck. I mean, the thing is, like, the barbecue sauce was, like, not remarkable. Like, I wouldn't even be like, oh, yeah, it's a shame it was delicious sauce. Or, like, you should find a recipe for it. It was just barbecue sauce that they just put a funny logo on. Like, it was a bit that I just bought into the joke a bit too late. But yeah, and I also turned some of the labels on the bottle into like signs and stuff. That was fun. That little project was pretty fun. I've not really used it though, because that's one of the things that's fun for me to do. And like, you know, I've brought a lemon to the war game table. I don't know that I'm quite at that point where I'm like, all right, so the terrain I'm bringing today is made out of Homestuck barbecue sauce. Like, that's something that like I don't think I'm ready to have a conversation with my wargaming. They're cool people, and I'm sure they would be fine. It's just like, how do you breach that? How do you breach that conversation with a human being who's like, you know, relatively put together? There's always a little bit of extra brain spice when it comes to wargaming, you know. it's like I always consider like the baseline of like normal is like somebody who, and like I know people who are like this. They're like, ooh, what I do for fun is I go and watch Netflix, and when I don't watch Netflix, I check out the local breweries and restaurants. That's it. If I'm feeling real spicy, I will go on vacation. And there's a lot of people that are, you know, happy, successful people with like families and like, you know, financial security, and like they're having a grand old time. And like for me, like I can't do that. My brain's not built like that. Like whenever I get recommended trendy restaurants, it's like I don't mind going to a fun trendy restaurant, but like for me that's such like a side thing in my life. But for some people that it's like, yeah, that's what I do. That's what money, the money I would spend on a Warhammer, they would just spend on like takeout every night. And that's like a pretty normal person. And like the more you deviate from that sort of what I consider like the weirder and weirder you get, and like war games is like, you know, your average person isn't doing anything war games related, and that's not like bad, but like, but it's like it's a level of niche that's still kind of niche. Also, I gotta say this, I'm using the Prairie Ochre, and that does layer over this quite a bit. Brain spice. I mean, like, I'm trying to say this more than vanilla. I will say whenever I see somebody say the phrase like neurospicy, I feel the black bile rise within my being, my essence. I don't know why. Like I've gotten in the ad before. They're like, you feeling a little neurospicy? Check out XYZ thing, and I'm like, oh, I've never felt the urge to hit someone with a rock prior to that. I'm just like, oh, I hate this. Oh, I hate this. Yeah, exactly. It's like for me, there's like nothing wrong with going to a nice restaurant or anything. But for me, it's like, that's not like an occasion. I don't get excited for that. Like if I'm like, for me, like the times I get excited for restaurants is like, oh, I'm on like vacation. And for me, the vacation's the exciting part, and hanging out with my friends, or maybe going to a restaurant with my friends, that's fun. But like during the week, like, oh, I can't wait to go on Sunday. I've heard this place has like really, really good cider. That's fine, you know? Neuro slutty. Hey, it showed up on stream, so clearly it can't be that bad. I don't know. I don't know why. For some reason, neurospicy is just one of those combinations of words. I'm just like, I don't like this. I don't like this very much. If that's what you need to like describe yourself to other people or like feel better about like what you got going on, that's fine. You know, I am not everybody. Follow your heart at the end of the day. But for me personally, I just like don't like. It's going relatively well. It's going pretty good. Yeah, I think there's like a certain fakeness to it that I think bothers me. There's I feel like neurospicy was like a corporate boardroom design way to describe like someone. Like for me, it's like the idea of like when someone is like, man, I'm feeling pretty autistic today. Like that's kind of fun. Even like, you know, autism kind of gets bandied out a lot. So like whether someone's actually got it, it's kind of up in the air. But like something like that, it's like, oh yeah, that's like a thing to like, you know, be yourself and own that. But I feel like someone's like, no, you can't say that. You're neurospicy. You're like, I don't like that. Are we trying to get like every? I'm pretty neuro umame if you think about it. Yeah, infantilizing feels about right. Yeah. It's a very kind of like infantilizing kid clubs kind of way of describing having a like, you know, having a different brain. And you know, maybe some people like that, but for me, I'm just like I don't like that. Not really big in infantilization. Not really, no, not really my thing. Yeah, I think it's like that's where I kind of feel like it probably was something that I would not be surprised if that was like engineered in like a very specific kind of like group or whatever. I don't know. Me and my friends during college, yeah, no. But yeah, but like that, like for me, I do feel like there is like a baseline person. Like there is like a baseline normal, and I know I definitely don't fall into that. And I'm okay with that. Like there's like I like could I, if I felt like it, if one day I was like, Because like that happens sometimes. People that are you know, kind of a very internet person likes me. It's not quite trolls remorse, but somebody's like, I need to be a normal person. I need to change everything about myself. I feel real self-conscious, and those are the people that will kind of do that. They'll like, you know, they'll like. Have you guys ever heard the term like failed normie? Like those kind of people will do that. And like, I just don't even think I could do that. Like, I don't think like, if I decide to try to become a failed normie, I don't think I would make it very far at all. I don't think I could do that. Yeah, some people do course correct hard. Like, you know, the kind of person that's like really, really big, like weeb or whatever. And then they like one day decide to go full, like, you know, normie, don't succeed, but they get like really, really bitter and angry about all the stuff they used to like. It's not like an uncommon thing to see online, but it's not as super duper common. Well, let's say somebody tries to go and, like, you know, I guess that's true. I guess it's kind of conflicting, but like failed normie is sort of like, well, I'm saying like I couldn't be a normie if I tried. I probably would, like, I don't even think I'd try to be like live as like a bitter failed normie. I think I would just immediately relapse back into the shit I'm doing right now. So like I have no reason to ever attempt that life. It's, you know, it's like somebody who's like, oh God, like, okay, I need to worry about, like, you know, like basically a nerd that's like, I gotta be more like a normal person. I gotta discard all my hobbies. I gotta like more normal things. And like sometimes like usually the failed aspect means that like they tried and it just doesn't work. And like maybe it is like an autism thing where they don't fully, like, you know, they try and it doesn't work, and there's just kind of like, you know, just an inherent like brain imbalance means that they just can't really figure it out in the way that like would work. How you doing, Shadow? How you doing? And like sometimes those people do kind of come back to nerd spaces, but they are sort of bitter that like they couldn't like the kind of person that tried to give up Star Wars as their personality, and then they just never really cut it. Just like being out there, being a kind of like, you know, like microbrewery and like DoorDash kind of regular person. And it just doesn't really work. But instead of just being like, oh, that was a mistake, they just kind of get like real upset that they just can't do it. I've seen that happen to some people. It's like, it also sometimes it does lead a little bit into like trolls remorse too, where it's like somebody is like, you know, kind of like an online kind of like deviant prankster sort of person, and then they're like, oh fuck, I don't want that anymore. I mean, like this is what happens, where it's like I typically hang out with people that are very much like of my speed of like hobbies and stuff like that. But like, you know, I know people that are like nice people, and like that's what they do. Yeah, it's a type of person, and like it's not even like mean, and like they're like, there is like a genuine happiness there that I'm kind of jelly of. I like the idea that like, oh yeah, I can get all the entertainment and like emotional fulfillment I need from like DoorDash and Netflix. And I'm just like, oh, that kind of would be nice. I feel there's that kind of in the way that like, yeah, I don't know. Like, I wouldn't actually want that. But like sometimes I do think about where it's like, oh God, like, especially when it's like if like life gets stressful about things, I'm like, man, it'd be kind of nice to just kind of live in that, like that kind of, and like also too, mind you, there's like a lot behind closed doors with, you know, everybody's got their own shit going on, where it's like something I'm like, oh, that must be like nice and peaceful. There could be like a whole other bunch of shit going on. I don't ever really know. You don't ever really know someone. Yeah. Oh yeah, exactly. Like, it's like, I like being like a self-realized like person with my own thoughts and feelings. Being a house cat would kind of fuck though, you know? Just like take naps all day and just kind of stand on shit. Get fed on regular intervals. I don't necessarily want that. But there are days when like life is really stressful, when it's like, that'd be nice. Like I've seen people, especially like this is gonna sound really weird. Like, I've seen people who are really into like bimbo stuff for that reason. They're like, man, I am anxious as all hell. It'd be nice to live in a world where I could just be like pretty and dumb, and that's it. And it's like, I don't get that myself, but I can understand the idea. I can understand the idea of like you're just being like your brain is so just like firing on all cylinders at all times in a stressful way. Yeah, I could see the appeal. Yeah, I don't know if I'd want to be an asshole cat. I want to be a nice cat, you know. But like, yeah, being a cat would be fun. I don't really want to though. If somebody came like let's say like I don't know like Matrix style, like in my hands there's two pills. One pill is the human shaped pill or elf shaped pill, you know, whatever flavor you want. He wouldn't know that I'm an elf if I'm out and about. But like he's like you eat this, you forget I exist and you go about your regular life. Or the other one it's like this is the cat shaped pill. You eat this and you become a cat in a loving home. I wouldn't do it. I would not want to do that. I would take the sapient pill every single time. But there are some days where I'm like, God, I wish I could just do nothing but laze around and be an asshole, you know? Oh yeah, there's like a decent amount of the like cat-based TRPGs like that. I've heard they're pretty fun though. I've heard those are pretty fun. Realize that this guy's got like a gooch. I think a couple of these guys got gooch belts. I gotta make sure to hit before I do anything real drastic. What you got? That's metal, I think. God, some of the legs are kind of tricky because like the detailing is a little hard to pick out. Yeah. But yeah, that's what I'm talking about a lot of where it's like sometimes it's like the idea of like, yeah, you know, just being just being like microbrewery and DoorDash and like don't really worry about it too much. Cause like yeah, there are days where I'm just like and like I still don't think I would change this given the choice. But like I'm somebody who buries myself in a bunch of million little projects, and it's fun to bury myself in a bunch of million little projects. But also sometimes there's like a layer of stress to doing that. I'm like, oh yeah, you know, if I didn't care about having all these billion projects, that might also be kind of nice in a weird way. Oh, this is full upskirt. I'm sorry and/or you're welcome, depending on how much like tumor gooch is what you're interested in. Okay. I guess some of these would be. It's hard to tell down here, so I'm just like. It's also like this is a part that's never really going to be seen, but like sometimes I have to take care of these angles because sometimes if I'm doing like a rotating video thing, like if the light hits on just the magic angle that you see inside, and then it's just like, oh, you left the gooch unpainted, you fucking idiot. I'm just like, oh no. Like I'm trying to avoid that, which is why I'm trying to like really go in there and just try to hit some stuff. Yeah, I am known for painting the gooch though, for sure. Other little bits. Oh yeah, I could get they got like the little head tumor things. What do I want for them? Oh yeah, I got the royal purple. I could do like a lighter purple. Oh, also fuck, I think it's ad break hours. Go man. Hey, this guy didn't paint his gooch. Yeah, look at that gooch idiot. All right, BRB. Wow, sorry. Sorry. I forgot I did this. All right, we're back. Let's party. Wah. That's why it's just like the biggest brain blast idea about that screen. Like, I remember like back in the day, I remember Picky would have like a lot of commercials for like a lot of cool like Japanese stuff. I wonder how many like Warhammer commercials there are, just like, or mini painting commercials in general. Like, I know that there was one for Space Hulk that's just like a bunch of teens. They're like, wow, Space Hulk, whoa. That would be kind of fun to see like what exists. Like, I wouldn't want to do like, you know, like the edition wide cinematic trailers or anything. That's kind of whatever. But I think it'd be fun to do that. Also, I'm gonna go. I need to get a little bit more paint on the gooch again. Not really. Actually, not really the gooch. It's the like some of the little areas of the fabric. Like this is where like the tissue paper kind of rounded over, which isn't too bad. Like it could be a lot worse, but I gotta make sure I go in there and get that. The dog is for me. I do love I love a long dog. Like I don't know if I'll ever get a dog or a cat. I kind of think about it sometimes. I do think about it. I think a dog honestly might be better because, you know, dogs will knock over shit, but like you can kind of get dogs that aren't prone to knocking over shit. Cats will just knock over shit. I don't want them. I would never like sleep correctly again if a cat I own got exposed to the chemical. You know, just all like my what's it called? Like my stuff in what's it called? Like all my like resin printing stuff. I would hate the idea that a cat would like knock that over and just be like, ooh, strange water, let's take a sip. Like that would haunt my dreams forever. But like a dog, I could at least be like, well, it's time to go to bed, dog. You're like, okay, just go inside its container. Gotta deal with that. Yeah, I can agree with that because like I mean, I like dogs, but I also realize too is like dogs require a lot of attention. And I always want like it's like I think I overthink dog ownership sometimes, where it's like, oh man, would I be able to give the dog the love and attention it desires? Like I would never hate the dog, but you know, dogs are very active animals and they need a lot of stuff. And mind you, a lot of people who give significantly less of a shit about their dogs still have dogs that do pretty well. So I might be overthinking that, but like you know. Stuff like that I think about, like, I don't know, that's probably stopping me from getting a dog, really. That's true. I guess I could also just lock a bunch of shit behind a cabinet for a cat. It's also tricky, though. I have cat allergies. I don't mind cats, and I would suffer through cat allergies probably if I really, really wanted one. The only things I'm really not allergic to are dogs and pine trees. The things I'm actively allergic to are like is very like luckily I don't really have food allergies. Like I'm not like lactose intolerant. I'm not like allergic to like bread or gluten or anything. It's just for pets in particular. Pet dander is kind of rough. But only for cats. Dogs are fine. Like I don't know if they ever test for like bunnies or whatever though. I don't know if I'd want one. Like I remember like my adopted sister growing up had like a couple rabbits. And like rabbits are very cute. I will say that, you know, I don't think I'm not gonna be like, huh, rabbits more like gay bits. I don't know. But like, I think rabbits are cute, but they just tend to like hop around and but based on my experience, a lot of the family rabbits just ended up like scaring themselves to death. I didn't bury the deer. I don't think that really works anymore. At least because like I disabled that because the API kept getting broken for it. How you doing? It's me, cute guy. How you doing, nerd? I'm currently working on my Blightkings. That's going pretty good. Trying to get a couple little areas that I just saw that like I clearly missed when I did the initial pass for the fabric. Hasn't been too bad. Yeah, a big tail reel. Let's get home from work. Hell yeah, let's go. Hopefully you get some time to chill and whatnot. Like so these guys, oh, do you live in like, it's been really weird. I live in an area where right now it is currently like slowly getting there. Oh God. Oh, Jesus Christ. Like I feel bad for her. I feel bad for that girl. Is it wrong that I say I feel real bad for the dad? Like, cause you know that's like, listen, hamsters are born to die. They're just not long for this world. But like, that has to come up in like every family thing. Like that's just like one of those like family defining little stories. And it's like, you know, maybe they have that in good humor, but like, imagine like those two got into a fight. It's like, and then like imagine like a legitimate fight, and then it goes back to like, you know, like you I was like, you gotta do your laundry. Oh yeah, just like you killed my hamster with your ass, Dad, and just like slammed the door. How do you bounce back from that? You don't. I don't think you can. I think you could have like a very well put together argument and just finding out that you ass blasted a hamster to death. Like, what the fuck are you gonna do about that? What the fuck are you gonna do that? I'll check the memes later probably. Should get it. I do like geckos and stuff. Here's the tricky thing. Whenever I go to the pet store to get Nanner's food, I have to look at the lizard aisle. And like, you know, sometimes I think like maybe another snake would be nice. I probably really don't need another snake though. But whenever I see a chameleon, I'm like, oh, chameleon. Oh, chameleon, look at that little guy. Oh, look at him fucking move. Look at that lad. And like, I gotta stop myself because, you know, like, here's the thing. For pets that aren't like dogs or cats, like any pet that is not like, you know, I love Nanners, but Nanners doesn't like emotionally fulfill me in the way that like a pet dog would. And like, that's fine. She doesn't need to, but I feel like doubling up on those sorts of pets isn't going to do a lot for me, if that makes any sense. Oh yeah, that's true. They do require a lot of additional care. Yeah, like a lot of reptiles do, honestly. Snakes are like weirdly chill for reptiles, but a lot of them aren't. A lot of them do require a lot. Because like, you know, it'd be nice to look at a chameleon, and I like looking at chameleons. But like, if I bring one in, that is just like another time and financial burden for a thing that's fun to look at and doesn't, like, you know, if one day I cracked and I'm like, you know what, Hal, you do deserve a Borzoi, and I go to the Borzoi store, you know, Borzoi or Russ. That's a stupid joke, but whatever. Like, if I decide to go and get one, and like, you know, that's like my buddy now. I paid for an animal buddy. Oh yeah, that's also true. Yeah, like that's also a fun thing about snakes. Snakes, like Bed Bath and Borzoi, is so much. Oh, that's so much better, Pride. What the fuck? But like, I'm upset that I didn't think of that one. I'm not gonna lie. But like, you know, like chameleons are cool, but they will not emotionally fulfill me in a way. And like, also like, yeah, like snakes you can hold. They don't like it, but they're stupid enough to realize that they don't like it. You know, snakes are not meant to be petted. Like, in the grand scheme of things, like we like collectively as a society, cats and dogs and even like cows and stuff like that, pigs even, have been bred just to be like, oh, you can hold me, that's fine. Snakes are just kind of like too dumb to really realize what's going on, and I love Nanners for that to pieces, but like, you know, that's just how it is. And the chameleon would be really no different. The chameleon would absolutely be no different in that regard, so I'm not really getting much out of it. But I do like them. I do like chameleons a lot. I like, because like, there was actually like a very small time in my life where I was like, I want to be a reptile breeder. And I remember even back in like middle school, actively getting two anoles. I'm like, all right, so here's what's going to happen. I got a male and a female. They're in a cage. They're going to fuck. We're going to get so many. I didn't say they're going to fuck, you know, I was in middle school. I did not actively swear until college. I was the biggest fucking square of all time. But like, I was like, they're going to have kids. I'm going to have so many anoles, and then I can sell the anoles, and then I can, and then like, I wasn't technically weirdly doing like, I wasn't like, I discovered the infinite money glitch. My idea was more like, okay, I can like bootstrap my own reptile herpetology sort of business. Here's the immediate flaw. None of the anoles ever had sex. We went through several. None of them ever bred. Not once. And I never really understood why. Like, as an adult, I could do proper research to figure out maybe it was like humidity thing, maybe it was stress, maybe the ones that I bought from that particular pet store were sick, or like maybe you know, maybe the animals just didn't like each other, you know. If you put two things in a cage and like let them fuck, that doesn't guarantee that they'll fuck. Even if the bits connect, like it's not that's not guaranteed. Yeah. Like, you're not wrong. I could, in theory, I could try that again, but like, that's a whole, like, it's not even a hobby. Arguably, I am a full-time employee at the guild, and I am a part-time employee at Twitch. Because of like the time, and also because, you know, I file my taxes that way. I am a part-time business for being a streamer. That's not unusual. That's pretty common. I don't think I have it in me to do a third part-time job, and one that, like, here's also the thing. Like, sure, Tiger King has taught us that you can just kind of put animals together and do what you want. But like, reptile breeders typically are like, they go to school for that. That's like a whole thing. I would be A, competing with them, and B, probably would, you know, who would you rather buy a snake from? A pet store where there's convenience and a company behind it. B, a certified reptile breeder who's like, unlike the pet store, you can kind of guarantee that their reptiles are going to be like healthier and like stronger, and like they'll be more expensive, but you might get like fun colors out of them. There's like so many benefits to going for a certified reptile breeder. Or then you got me selling snakes out of my goddamn house. Like, nobody's gonna buy a snake out of my goddamn house. That's just not gonna happen. The idea that middle school me was like, yeah, people are gonna buy my anoles, even if I sold my anoles back. Oh, there was a bit of logic to my plan that was dumb, but hear me out. How you doing, Squirrels? How you doing? When I was younger, like my family had a bunch of goldfish, and our goldfish would fuck a lot. And we would have so many goldfish offspring that we would sell them back to the store. We weren't making like big money. We weren't making big money, but it was like, oh yeah, you know, we can kind of offset the cost on the food by selling the babies back. So I think there's like a little imprint in my brain that like, yeah, you can sell pets back to pet stores if you produce them yourself. Yeah. Yeah, no, I was too much of a square to sell reptiles. Exactly. I legitimately did not cuss for which was really funny, is that like my adopted father cussed a lot. My adopted mother didn't cuss really at all, but like we never got in trouble for cussing. I don't know what led me to be such a fucking weenie, you know? Yeah. Yeah, now I'm cat. So there we go. Yeah, there's like breeding season stuff. Be the green that makes the green that makes the green. I'm technically working on that. Technically, being a VTuber is being the green that makes the green. There just needs to be a third green, and I don't know. I don't think reptile breeding is going to be the third green. Maybe having a garden. I would like a little. Oh fuck! No, I'm not gonna really have land anymore. I guess I could always do like a little like patio garden or something. That might be fun to do actually. A little patio garden would be kind of neat. Make some. I actually think, weirdly enough, growing mushrooms would be fun, but I don't mean psychedelics. I mean just like delicious like food mushrooms. I think that'd be kind of neat. Apparently, that's also not too hard to do either. Yeah, exactly, Zia. Which is also funny because I really don't. Green is my favorite color. I really don't paint green. I don't have a whole lot of green models. Arguably, the color I like painting the most is red. Red is really fun to paint. I do have like this more like a teal, but I've also been like, this is the closest to green I've painted in a while, and it's going to be layered with more like a jade green. Like the eventual final layer color on that is this, which I really like. This Pro Acro Green Oxide is really, really good. Really, really nice color. I could do like an indoor garden or something like that. You're not wrong there for sure. My big thing with gardening is I always miss the season. Like, I'm always like, oh boy, I would love to garden. And I look at the time and it's like winter. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with me? And I'll do it, and I'll be like, okay, I'll do it in spring, and I'll forget when spring rolls around, and then it will become like, I'm gonna say like late fall, like post harvest fall, or maybe like summer. Like I know there are some summer crops, but the ones I'd always want to grow were not like summer crops. I always miss that shit. Snakes is a hobby by itself. Yeah. Huh. So you're saying that like I'm the guy who's like what's that thing where it's like 90% of gamblers quit before they make it big, so you should just keep betting? Maybe it's not too late to breed snakes. Oh, no. Here's also the thing too. Maybe that would have been feasible when I rented this house, and that like, you know, if I showed my landlord the rack of snakes, he'd probably be like, whatever. I cannot imagine that the place I'm going to be moving into is going to be real pro that. So I'm gonna hold off on that for a bit. Oh, we had the head noodles. I was going to do those, and I hit an ad break. I will say 28K would fix me though. That absolutely would. So that is tempting. Oh yeah, I went to the people there and I was like, hey, I have a snake. I need to have the snake. There was actually a place that was like legitimately very, very good. Like it's not like life ruining that I didn't get this place, but straight up they're like, yeah, no exotic pets, which included snakes. And I was even like, that might just be some Zillow bullshit. Let me ring them up. Also, guys, you know what's a really fucked up thing? I understand that like a lot of people don't like calling people up on the phone. I typically don't either, but like, you know, if I need to get something done for like a doctor's appointment or whatever, I would rather just get that shit taken care of. Rental places are so fucked now because you'll call them. They'll be like, hey, we don't do this anymore. Would you consent to a text message? And you're like, what the fuck is going on here? This is so backwards from the life I knew. But what's really annoying is that like a lot of times that is a distraction method, because what they really want to do is pass you to like an AI agent to answer questions. And that's sort of the best way to get you a hold of that. I did, one of the departments I was interviewing did straight up have like an AI person, like person with air quotes, AI bullshit on the phone. And trying to like get housing details out of that thing was fucking hell. It did not understand shit. That's how you doing, Lord of Bones? How you doing? But yeah, I this place was like, yeah, you should be. I think basically was like, yeah, we have like a lady, like people who take their reptiles like out and about are very powerful. I don't think I could do that. Yeah, water waster for sure. Oh, I mean, I just didn't end up going with that place anyway, so it you know, wasn't a big loss. Nice history books. Hey, hell yeah, nice. Did also pick up a book I need to read as well. From because I sold some magic cards for like rent stuff for the new place. I did have a couple little bit extra, so I was like, I'm gonna have me a little treat. So I did pick up the Imperium Maledictum. Basically, so like, I know Dark Heresy is still a thing. Like, you know, people still want to play Dark Heresy, but I'm very curious about this one because it's effectively like new Dark Heresy. And I'm curious how it plays. I'm very, very curious how it plays. From what I understand, it's a bit less lethal, but like a lot of the skill systems are a bit more like, apparently a lot of the RPG meat is more put together, but it's also like, you know, Dark Heresy. I remember the very first time I ran Dark Heresy for my local group. It was like mostly Pathfinder people. I wasn't trying to be like, yeah, kill the players. Yeah, I'm gonna fucking murder the players. But they got into an altercation with like a local butcher, and like I was just using the butcher stat block, and I was like, hey, I want you guys to know that he has like a fucking like buzzsaw like cutting implement. And they're like, yeah, no, it'll be fine. You know, well, fuck you, butcher. And then the butcher hit them with that and like nearly killed one of the PCs immediately in the initial fight. And they're like, oh, okay, then we shouldn't do expeditions. We shouldn't do investigations like that. We should not investigate like that. That was arguably probably the best learning experience, where it was like, this is setting the tone for what we're expecting out of this game, but without anyone actively just getting fucking murdered. You know, so now they know how not to behave, and it worked out pretty great from that point. I'm trying to recall which one of these are little nublins and which ones are not. King Alfonso. Oh, fuck yeah, let's go. Sounds like a good time. Sounds like a legit time. This is something I'm a little bit looking forward to, is like, I think in the middle of this move, I'm also going to, like, you know, I'm going to take like a week off, and I'm sure a lot of it's just going to be spent actively moving, but I'm hoping I get like a little extra wiggle time just to, you know, maybe read some books and catch up on some shit. That sounds like it'd be nice. That'd be fucking great. Dare I glue the fat fuck to his base? Yeah. Okay. I'll go for it. I think also too, I just want to have like, once again, yeah. I'm gonna do that thing where I'm gonna sprinkle the base with a little bit of baking soda. How do you fit on here? It was like a little bit back here, a bit back here. Probably fill in the gaps a little bit more with some dirt and bullshit. I'm really sad because the glue I want to use is like actively, I don't know what happened. It just like it just locked shut. It glued itself shut. There we go. It's like, I know what happened. Glue strong, glued too hard. But like, I don't recall when that happened. Like it seemed like it was fine. And then just one day I went to pick it up and just nah. Quick set glue bullshit. I could sneak a little bit of glue back here. Really good enough? There we go. Yeah. Making sure their neighbor is doing good. That's a good way. I do like that there's a friendship version, and then there is a hey, are you in your room jerking off? Don't worry, I'm watching. I love that they're both takes on the same song from the same producer. I just kind of really love that dichotomy. I remember there was like a Japanese commenter on this that said something about this is like describe it as just like such like a dangerously erotic delusion, and I was just like, man, that's like every now and then you'll run into like an online like pervert with like a real way with words, and I'm like, oh man, that's like there's like a kind of like fun eloquence to that. I'm like, man, wow. It's like it could also be like, you know, pervert Japan, like, oh, look at you being weird and eloquent with your taste, but like, I don't know, still neat. Did not paint the bottom of his soles, but should be fine with blue. Down there, that foot is glued pretty good. This other one could maybe use a little bit. It's also kind of nice being able to use the glue as almost like borderline a gap filler. So like, get like up in there. For context, for people who don't know what's going on, you can use baking soda to like super activate super glue. How you doing, Quetzal? How you doing? I'm working on my Blightkings, Specifically, I'm gluing them to... Oh, I can actually zoom out a little. Oh, fuck. Knocked over some brushes in a place I did not want to knock them. But anyway, there we go. They're actually looking like really good at this stage. They're not nearly done. There's a lot of things that need to be done. This is one of those like interesting like... Also, probably should get a little bit more on. Like, I want to do more work on these guys. If I show up to the LGS with these guys as is right now, I think it'd still like look pretty baller. More money into the fire. My condolences and yippee. What do you get? What do you get? And I got. The problem is now is that their like little cloaks actually are like really good super glue traps. And so this is what I had to also too. I had to be really careful because like these guys used to have like tactical rocks and other bullshit. I really, really, really need to make sure that like everything was like angled just right. So because like the bases need to be made bespoke for each one. Like they're not like crazy complicated. Like, I see people that'll put, like, a lot of bits onto a base, and I would like to do that. It does look nice. Like, that style does look really, really nice. Yeah. Spider, don't... Oh, that's not a spider, that's an ant. Alright, time to explode you. We get a little bit on that side. Hey, nice, hell yeah. I still have a bunch of my projects, models I need to work on. I mostly finished up my Noise Marines, and I'm going to be real. I've been using those Noise Marines a lot in second edition, in third edition 40K. They're really good in that. So like, I like, if nothing else, I got the models I really, really want to use. So like, it's not too bad. But I still got like, I have been printing out some stuff. I have Fulgrim, but I was just like, I'm not enjoying Fulgrim. The sculpt's not bad. It's just that I got that brain disease now where I want to make all my models like more my own. And I'm like, it's like, you know, it's Fulgrim. It's like the most like not my dude. So I found some parts that I want to use to really customize them, and that's a project that's probably gonna be like post move to get that like really solidified in. But it should be pretty cool though. So awesome, Jilly, about the like. I do think I'll end up with the Red Corsairs at some point. Is it because I need them for Space Wolves in particular? Front. Oh. There we go. Is there hints about their stuff, or this is just like a gut feeling sort of deal? I'm curious about like, it's one of those things that like realistically I probably will not. It's wishful thinking / cope. Gotcha. I mean, honestly though, I play older editions, so like newer editions don't really change what I do. I do still keep up though. I still keep up, and I do want them to do good. So I'm curious what the new changes are going to be. I did. So like I missed the really early stuff. I had like a crazy bad migraine that day, so I kind of like spent a lot of time taking it easy. I popped in basically right in time for the Cogfort reveal and then the 11th edition trailer. And that was it's fine. I mentioned this earlier, but for me the 11th edition trailer was very much like expected. I know they mentioned that they're changing like the way objectives are done, which seeing games at my LGS is just really depressing because it's all just like the saddest. Like my LGS has decent terrain, and there are people that use them for their 40K games, but there's a lot of like foam L-shaped ruins that are just painted to kind of like look like a laser tag arena, and then big circular discs for objective markers. So if they could actually like kind of get rid of that, that would be cool. I'm not holding my breath necessarily. Yeah, they did that thing where if it's like if you don't shoot in like the first 2 turns or something like that, you got like load off effectively. There we go. So I'm going to be honest. Unlike a lot of people who do hand cam streams, I am using a digital camera. I am using a Panasonic GX50 connected via an HDMI cable, which is connected via an Elgato cam link. So like it's using the stock lens, but like altogether, like And this is like, so like when I zoom in, this is just me actually just zooming in. I'm not actually doing any digital zooms. I'm just making it bigger. So like max quality is probably like the best quality my camera can do. How the competitive players build, I don't know. I don't like, the thing is like, I am not, so far I worry about that a lot. I'm not gonna lie. I'm worried about paying on the camera, but I'm hiccuping now. I've been pretty good about that so far. For me, like, the idea of preset terrain layouts isn't bad. Like, that doesn't bother me. That's fine. The annoying thing is that's like, how that gets done. Like, there's some places that basically play with like clear L-shaped ruins, like just like clear acrylic L-shaped ruins. They're good for like if you're going like real turny hard, like for getting like getting line of sights and stuff like that. Oh yeah, there's also the charge rules redo. Oh yeah. That's also true. But like it's stuff that just like you can like, but pre-made terrain's fine. It's just that like the way that gets expressed is really, really, really ugly. Because for me, like some of my favorite pictures are like with terrain, and I don't even think you need super complicated terrain. Like, oh, I know. So this is a good example. This is nothing that I've done. These are not my minis. But I pulled these up earlier because I was trying to find who originally did there was like a whole series of things about like yellow cubes. Let's see, show and window. There we go. And there was like a trend. It's like one artist would like do like kind of minis, and they would like cut the heads off and put these like bright yellow cubes. That looked really, really cool. Well, like so, like here's a terrain piece. Like here's like a little terrain setup for that, and it's like look how good this looks. And I'm gonna say the background is unrealistic for wargaming. That's fine. That's not gonna happen. But like I want to really zoom in on what the terrain is, because I could basically describe probably what the terrain is. The ground. This is clearly just layered cardboard. This is layered cardboard or layered foam board that has like some texture stuff applied to it and then dry brushed. That's not particularly buck wild. These little tree pulp things, I don't know what they're made of, but they don't look super complicated. I think you could take a stick and like some like putty or clay or whatever and prime that black. And it's like, that's not like fucking like, yo, like influencer Mordheim person making super elaborate terrain. Like, even those people, that kind of person doesn't really exist. But you know, it's like that, like that's not like oh, I don't know how to make terrain, woe is me. Like that's not super high effort. Even just like, I don't know. Yeah, the fucking lime green plot. I still think the worst I've seen that's not like is just like it was straight up pictures of the Imperial. It was just like the Imperial Fist logo on just like foam bricks. Oh yeah, you could do so much with. That's something that I still want to do for this year, is just try to improve how much terrain I have, because I just want to take better photos. Like when I'm done with my minis, I take photos on a black background, and they look good. I don't hate that background or anything, but like for me, that's what really inspires me. Also, I just realized what I want to do with this. What I want to do with the slime. Oh, sorry, I spoiled it. I want to make that slime. I need to make that gooey. So I'm gonna set like I'm gonna do like the bright ochre first, and I'll probably build a layer of slime on top of that. It do look nice. That's also why I like games like Trench Crusade, where it's like, yeah, having a cool place to play games on is the fun, you know. I'm gonna do this, and then eventually I'll go mix some speed paints with some gloss medium to make a proper goo. I think for the basis of this, of like a gooey kind of like thing, would be pretty legit. Because the tricky thing is, typically I've had my guys actively leak slime, and I'm gonna be real. Like maybe the eyes would work for slime leakage, and maybe between some of the folds. This has like openly less like weeping pores. There's not very many like open weeping pores on these guys, and I'm okay with that, but definitely I could jazz it up a little bit more probably. I'm sorry, I need to like integrate some slime so I can kind of jazz it up a bit. That's what I meant to say. Oh, it really does. But also like when people go like real ape shit, oh fucking got a little bit. That's not too bad. Like for me, my gold standard of like a photo with like really cool minis. There's a blog and like they're like Swedish or Finnish. It's the Go Warhead people. They do really beautiful like photos and stuff. They opened a YouTube channel recently. They recently opened a YouTube channel where they got like really good videos of all their stuff. You see if I can grab you a picture for that as like a reference. I do use Uhu glue a lot. I do like Uhu glue usually for like mouth slime stuff. Let's see if I can grab a good picture to represent this. They've been doing a lot of like fantasy stuff lately. I want to grab like a good like okay. Oh, actually, here's two great examples. Actually, there's actually two really cool examples of like both extremes. It's like I'm gonna also these. I mean, these are beautifully shot too. There's a lot of like excellent photography usage in here. Let me grab. Okay. While I'm looking for another example, so they did a big heresy game. And like one thing that I thought was really what they did to show off the individual models is oh god, this is giant. Transform, fit the screen. So yeah, let's check out. So this is some of their salamanders. There's like a couple people in that collective. I don't know the exact person who did these from the Go Warhead people. Why am I doing that? So like, look at the background. Like the background here is a can. And then some bundles of like toilet paper rolls that have just had some texture. The ground is just textured. Look how good that looks. Yeah, that straight up might be a can of beans. Unironically, that might be beans. And like those are pretty good. I do really like it when they do like they did a whole campaign that was basically like, what if like kind of like a Mordheim style city where they were doing Horse Heresy in. Oh god, it's been a while since I did that. I'm trying to find a good example picture of this. Oh man, because it's really nice. Blogs are fun, but also finding specific images on a blog. I still kind of like the idea of maybe having a blog one day. I don't know, like it's like how you doing, Chelsea? How you doing? There's like a certain magic about hobby blogs that I find really neat. Find like for example. Okay, there we go. Okay, so this one. So this guy was like showing off his entire like snow camo Iron Warriors army, and like, actually no, that's not a great, super great example from the show. But I do. The framing on these are really good. This is like this is the kind of stuff that I'm inspired by the most. Like I'm more inspired by stuff like this than like a Golden Demon entry. Like, are these painted really well? Yes, but like for me, this is gonna like stick in my mind and have like infinitely like look how cool that assault looks on that fucking what's it called? On that bridge. It's like ooh, so good. Like that's the thing. Could you put models on those models on the table without any of that shit? Yeah. Oh, here we go. Let's see. Oh, this might be good. But like from there, it's just like so good. Oh, here. Okay, no, this is probably the best example. Oh, I like how when I save an image and I know I've saved it before. But yeah, here's like a really good shot. Like this is the reason I want to try to do more. Like look how good this looks. This is some fucking Solar Auxilia, like in a tank, just like posing in front of just kind of like a castle town sort of deal. Like it looks so. I need to link this blog again too. It is very good. It's like every one of the people on this blog also have Instagram accounts, and I think they probably have ways to link them from there. But like I stop by this blog every now and then because it's really fucking inspiring. Holy shit! Like check this out. There we go. Yes, MP Miniatures is another one too. I really, really like his Lord of the Rings stuff that he did recently. I also, I also really, really want to do... I really, really, really want to use some of his bits. I've been using his bits for some stuff already. I really like the bits he's been using for his Dark Eldar. And I was like, you know, I have a bunch of old Legion of Everblight models. And like, the proportions and stuff on them are fine. Usually the old Legion of Everblight jank was just kind of stored in the head. So I'm like, oh, wait a minute. I could use those cool, Drukhari Dark Eldar helmets on their heads. I also need to figure out how he does that kind of like, he uses that like ghost style. Do you guys kind of know what I mean? Where it's like white and clearly there's like a speed paint or a contrast paint painted over it, but it's not like a glow effect. It like really only pulls in the recesses, and it just looks really, really nice. He's done that with both those armies, with the big Lord of the Rings one he did, and also like that like the Dark Eldar. I think both those. He's like, yeah, I did a big like 24-hour speed paint thing. It's also, oh yeah, this Mechanicum stuff is also, you can get STLs for all those too, which is buckwa. I want to link those as well because his STLs are really good. I've used his STLs for like some Horus Heresy bits. Do I have an example of that? I do. Let me link that really quick. Like, I like shouting out people I think are cool. Mind you, this guy's like, you know. Sorry, I got lost in the Subaru sauce. All right, so yeah, he does a thing called Mad Bits where he like this is the guy that will like make a lot of custom 3D models for his armies, and then he'll just sell the STLs later. They're really cool. Check these out. Check these out. These are really good. I used a lot. Let's see. Where's my? Oh, there we go. Have I had glued in yet? No, I don't. Okay. Okay, I have some of the like the Space Marine heads he's done that I'm saving for a. I printed out enough. What's it called? So I have so many goddamn tactical Marines from used from basically people selling their Horus Heresy armies. I will no longer ever really need vanilla tactical Marines, but I have a bunch of Marine bodies from the both the Age of Darkness and the Saturnine box. So I've been using those for stuff because that, I will say, that is like one of my favorite features of the Horus Heresy as like a creative thing is that everything is basically kind of like uses the same, you know, the same torsos. Outside of like, you know, like Terminators, and then also like, you know, Praetors typically have fancier bodies, but not necessarily. You could just take a regular model and really, really Praetor the fuck out of like a base one. But it's like, yeah, it's like, you know, I got a bunch of Mark II bodies, so it's like I'm turning some of them into Ashen Circle. I'm turning some of them into that Praetorian squad that I showed off a little earlier. No, those aren't Mad Bits. Those are all Bestiarm. I do love Bestiarm to death, but like, I've already explained how much Bestiarm fucks. This is not news. Airbrush paint has been really good for getting this like drippy base slime. Aggravating as shit though. God, I love how these are turning out so good. Definitely things I need to do is I definitely need to like layer the skin. Definitely got to put some more paint on the little things. I need to dry brush the horns. I got to do the corrosion. I mean, I do need to do some like rust effects and some stuff. Oh, belts. There's like a lot of belts on these guys, actually. I totally missed a bunch of belts. Okay. I don't know if that's going to be like get done for this stream sort of thing, but belts are going to be, I'm going to have to fucking like really like Kingdom Hearts. I tried to do like a Tetsu Nomura thing and I went Kingdom Hearts. My brain went Kingdom Hearts Lulu. I'm like, yeah, she's in Kingdom Hearts, but like barely. But you know, that kind of Lulu belt dress. I gotta deal with all that shit. I still think, I forget if the iconic sorcerer from 3.5 has more belts than Lulu does. I feel like he does. They're really good. They're really nice bits. Oh yeah, hold on. I got a good still of them actually. Hold on. I do have a good reference photo of me using the bits. Dante, such a good song. This will give me some time while the slime dries anyway. I know. That's what I was talking about. It's like, I know she's in Kingdom Hearts. My brain just misfired there for a second. Go to my mini pictures. Goodbye. Still photography. I think so. There we go. So these are going to be these are like I'm still a little not jazzed about how these turned out. In terms of painting, the actual models look pretty good. So yeah, I actually did like how the photos turned out though. So the heads and the guns are from Madbits. The heads are really nice. He does like a lot of good like Mark V heads, and then the guns he does a modular heavy weapons kit, which is really cool. Is like, I didn't do this because it was a bunch of extra work that I didn't give that much of a shit about. You see sort of where like the gun barrel like the last cannon attaches to the body, that can be magnetized. Like he actually built those with little holes that you could swap magnets out of. So yeah, those bits are really like really handy if you do heresy stuff, I think. I mean, they're word bearers, so yeah, that tracks. There we go, the lads. Yeah, I mean, there's like it's one of those things. It's just, you know, when you paint and grow and do art stuff, every now and then you'll be like, oh, I just didn't like how this particular one turned out. I don't like hate them or anything, but like, you know, but like I've improved so much more since then that I look at them and I'm like, man, I see the flaws. They'll be fine though. I got some other heavy weapons dudes I'll need to paint in the future for sure. Oh, yeah, actually legitimately do. I have the fucking like, I need to do some long fangs for the Space Wolves. I'm sorry that I've endangered your wallet, but also you're welcome, because they're really legit. It's also like, that's why I like heresy though. Like heresy, like, you know, you can print bits for modern 40K, and like, you know, you totally can, and I do, and I will continue to do so. Fuck G-Dub's bit policing, but that behavior's way more encouraged for heresy stuff, and I enjoy that. I enjoy that a lot. How you doing, Dark Muffin? How you doing? He's got like a little like nodule thing I need to also get. Trying to go back and like retouch up these, because there's definitely like, could use some extra coats. Also, I think I missed a few. But how you doing? But yeah, no, I love the 3D. See, like for me, the thing was like, what's it called? Sorry, I had a thought and I entirely lost it. Yeah, I mean, even there's actually some decent like Primaris. There's it's a Marta punk girl. She does a lot of bits. She's also kind of funny because she does bits, but she also does things for like female Space Marine stuff that you can just kind of interchange for Primaris scale. So it's like, hell yeah, let's go. Do what you want. But like, I got some of her bits recently because where is the lad? There we go. She did a sort of like Hellraiser Pain sort of dealio. And these. So this guy is a Chaos Lord dude I made out of kind of like leftover bits on my table. It looks pretty legit. But like, his shins, you'll notice, are like different. These are not glued on yet. This is entirely a friction fit. But like, for me, the regular, like, you know, you can jazz up the upper torso, but the Primaris legs just kind of feel whatever. But yeah, she's released a bunch of these, and like, I'm going to eventually prime them and glue them on proper, but like, for now, I'm just kind of like, stick them on there. It's like, yeah, look how much it's going to jazz up the legs. Also, I realized that, like, I was looking at this guy, I was like, he's missing something. And I realized, like, he's missing a cape. He needs a cape. Which means I have to, like, cut off some shit that I glued onto directly to his ass. So I gotta do that at some point. But, like, this is one of those things that every now and then, like, I get a taste for. I'm like, ooh, project that I made on a whim, like, 6 months ago. And then have since abandoned. I'm coming back. Like, I do that every now and then, which is fun, you know. This is why I talk about, like, I can't do commissions. Like, I'm sure if somebody was like, how there's a financial transaction between us, I would paint those models. I would get those models painted, I believe. But like, I would rather not. I would rather continue to paint my own minis and be like as flighty as I wish for models. I think that's fine. I'm okay with that. So I don't know. Very unlikely to ever do commissions outside of maybe like a charity thing or something else. I don't know. I'm not like, I mean, you know, I don't want to say like totally never. Somebody's like, hell, $50,000 check. Paint me a space marine. I'd be like, you got it, boss. And just fucking hammer that shit. Well, like, you know, other than that, no. Like another one. He's got like 2 little nodules that I just totally missed. It's good. I can go back and get those when I'm working on this. So this is gonna go back and touch up the horns a little bit. Yeah, probably what I will do then is I do want to get these guys done, but I also know that if I wait too long, I won't. So I'm probably actually legitimately going to work on these guys on Tuesday as well. Because I would like to finish up the lads because they are very nice. I do like them. This is what I'm talking about. Where it's like the old Blightkings kit. Those will forever in my heart be magical. Especially because the magic of that old Blightkings bit kit is that you can. I have an entire pile of bits that are just derived. So when I got into mini painting, I bought 2 of those Blightkings kits because I was like, you know, this would be cool. And they're still trucking. Every now and then, I will grab like some of those Blightkings bits just from my shit, and it's there's also like a little bit on his head here. Yeah, just do one of those like fucking like AI companies and just pass money to myself to paint models for myself. The ultimate plan. Yeah, coming up. I don't need to do. Yeah, I think if I let that one run, that's going to be the shortest time that I can make that happen. Bleh. Just like everybody just like that. Oh, it's over here too. It's like I like sometimes I'll do a thing where I'll see. I also need to hit the tips, but that's also fine. I'll see like a little bit, then I'm like, oh, I gotta go back and get that little bit. Actually, cannot tell if that is a little nubbin or not. I'll paint it like it's a little. That'll be fine. Yeah. Oh yeah. That was like the funny thing. From what I understand, that like that had like, in addition to still like, you know, cycling money between the same group of people, that was also part of the grift. So like, somebody was like, hey there, guy, you should get into NFTs, and they're like, I don't know, or like, you should buy this NFT in particular, and then you would show them the record of like, wow, look how many times this has been bought and sold. And if I will give it to you at a steal because, you know, I think you're like a cool guy or whatever. I don't know. Whatever grift excuse. They would be like, oh, cool. And they would buy it. And like, if you would actually like check the NFT logs, like whatever, the blockchain logs, it would basically just be a couple accounts owned by the same person to kind of like, you know, make it look like it was very desirable and then increasing the price. But then the grift goes even further because every time you would like, so this is why like it's always cracked me up, the idea that people, they're like, oh yeah, no, this is going to be how the internet's going to work. Every time you would trade these things, you have to pay what was called gas fees. Like you had to pay a service fee to do basic shit. It's like, what are you talking about? People get upset if there's ads. God, I do. Do you ever just like forget how like a lot of the regular internet is just covered in ads? So effectively, it's I forget exactly the like how that plays out. If it's close to like an East Ground fee or something like that. It's stupid though. You know, it's NFTs. It's stupid. We could probably just leave it at that. We're not gonna lose any sleep not knowing the exact mechanisms of how NFTs are stupid. We know, but like, so I was like, oh, you know, I also keep moving this guy off this like, I was like, okay, So I know very little about Mandalorian clans. So I was like, you know what? I wanted to look them up a little bit. So I was just going, you know, and I forgot that I forgot that Wikipedia is a fandom wiki. And because of that, I opened it up and it was just, I just got like ads from the top of the screen, ads from the bottom of the screen, ads that are auto-playing videos. It's like, I do believe, honestly, like, social media exists for like a variety of reasons. I do think the reason why it got real big is because a lot of the modern internet is unusable because of how thick ads are. But also people are used to the production value of a website that would be funded by ads. Like if you have an ad blocker on and you go to like a very well put together website, it's like, yeah, sometimes that kind of shit is paid for by ads to get that level of polish. Yeah, like an indie website wouldn't, but also an indie website would not require you to have like a million billion ads. Which is fucking aggravating. It's so bad. It's so fucking annoying. And you know what's the really funny thing is I'm probably just gonna do, so like from what I understand, a lot of the Mandalorian clans are like clan one word. And because I want to paint mine up Sons of Horus style, I was thinking about just calling them Clan Lupercal as kind of like a haha Warhammer nerd make funny joke. And then but then my horrible gears started turning. I was like, you know, what army could I run these in? I was like, well, effectively they are similar to the drop troopers, like the Elysian guys, and you can run those, I believe, in the. So there's like a demon hunters and a witch hunters for Order Malleus and Order Hereticus. Not necessarily in that order. I was like, I vaguely recall Deathwatch was a thing. I think Deathwatch at the time was a White Dwarf only thing, which you could just kind of attach a unit of Deathwatch onto an existing Marine army or some other armies. Which is like, yeah, that's cool, but like I was hoping I could do like a whole Inquisitor dealio, that it somehow included like my Sons of Horus Marines and then also these guys. I don't know. I could technically run them as Lost and the Damned, but like, I don't know. I still might. The Torment Nexus requires that I make all my Wargame minis converge into one point. Which is fun though, you know. My group might decide that like, because like, I was looking at the rules a little bit and they seem neat, but there is like Star Wars Legion is one of those games. It's like a lot of tokens. There's a lot of tokens, a lot of like very specific unit activation things, which sounds like it could be fun. But like I remember one of the people we were like in my game group, like two of the people were pretty excited about potentially doing this in June, and then the other one was like, I played in the past, but just like the complexity creep just got like real exhausting, and I can see that. I can totally see that going on. Need to realize while I got this on the thing, I need to paint the skull, the big old fucking skull that I forgot. I should paint that a little darker. Oh, whatever, I'll worry about that later. I think the ad break is gonna happen. Go, man. I don't really have any. I don't got enough good snoozes for it. Got your little ribbons painted. I think I just did your ribbons. Oh, there we go. I can do a BR. This will be short though. Yeah, I mean, you know, if they're like, I guess, yeah, if they're spamming, it's like I'm very anti-spamming one unit forever. So yeah, honestly, good. Honestly, good. All right, we back. Let's go. Which is good because I looked behind this guy's thigh. I was like, oh shit. Okay, I see a little bit of metal coverage. Which can I get that with the? I love this Prairie Ochre, but I think this particular bottle dried weird because it's like it comes out fine, but it basically comes out like mostly a paste. Which is why like the consistency gets really weird. Wait, what? So. Maybe so were the cover changes recent? Because I remember when I was looking at those rules today that there was like set unit profiles, which is smart. I think having true line of sight like is stupid, honestly, because you get modeling for advantage, which is one of the dumbest things of all time. But was that a recent change? Were people just actively putting their guys on top of like, I don't know, like really big scenery things just so they could like shoot over stuff? Yeah, the tubes made sense to me. I'm pro tube. I'm definitely pro tube. I'd like another one. Also, Jay, have yourself a good night and take it easy. Honestly, we will be retiring very soon as well. Gotta get like these couple little areas where I could be like, oh yeah, there's definitely a bit of metal that got where it should not be. Yes. Into that, like, a bit into that side. I'm trying to be a little careful because I know every time I spend a million billion years glazing, I think I just need to do this color and then just do like the, oh yeah, I could test that right now. Hold on. I've already painted this guy's tits a little bit, so I can go further beyond the tits. Where's Buff at? There we go. This might be pretty light. Oh, that's. I'm glad I got changed then. That's not that level of pedantry sounds really annoying. Good. Once again, fuck modeling for advantage. All right, let's get a very thin coat, and you know. This guy's got some good big naturals, so let's see if we can brighten those up. Ooh, there we go. But going from the taupe to this buff, this is sort of like the inevitable skin tone I want to build towards, and then eventually I will be I'm gonna, you know, once I enamel wash this, we'll see how long that remains, but you know, give it a go. Maybe going full billion, maybe a mistake. Because I'm not going. I'm still leaving the cracks. It's fine. There we go. Yippee! It's fat knockers on the slide. There we go. All right. Wait, they just straight up retired Palpatine? Oh, that's very funny. Like, I mean, I love the idea of having Palpatine, but I have to imagine if you want Palpatine to feel like Palpatine, you have to make Palpatine feel like bullshit. And you don't want bullshit in your war game. That's understandable. And speaking of bullshit, let's go to my schedule. Segways. Yeah, hell yeah. But yeah, thanks for coming, everybody. I had a lot of fun. Schedule-wise, so tomorrow for movie night, we're going to be watching the Street Fighter movie. I have not announced it in the Discord yet. That's what's going to be happening there. Tuesday, Tuesday, I'm probably going to try to finish these fat fucks. Thursday, I mentioned this previously. I am no longer streaming Esoteric Ebb. It was fun the first stream, but the more I play it, the more I'm really chafing against its setting and its design decisions. So I think instead we're going to go immediately into Half-Life 2, which I'm pretty excited about. It's going to be nice to Gravity Gun. And then on Sunday, I will be painting something. I don't know what I'm going to be painting them though. So, you know, we will find out. We will find out. Yeah, Half-Life 2 the GOAT indeed. I mean, I vaguely recall enjoying the Street Fighter movie, but also that's one of those movies when people were like, this is a bad movie, and I watched it years ago because of that. I probably would really like it now. I'm curious to see how my taste might have changed. So, but yeah, with that, I'm going to cut the YouTube people loose. Bye, YouTube people. Bye-bye.